All right, we'll get started. The board will participate in 5 meetings today. We will start the day with a legislative update workshop, followed by 3 closed sessions and our regular board meeting at 5 p.m. The attorney-client session will open and close in the public, but the session is closed. I'd like to remind all who will be speaking today that this meeting is being transcribed in real time so it can be viewed with closed captioning. Please speak at a reasonable pace so the transcribers can fully capture what you are saying. We will now call the legislative update workshop to order. Mrs. Bass, please take the roll.
District 1, Barbara McQuinn. Here. District 2, Chuck Shaw. Here. District 3, Karen Brill. Here. District 4, Erica Whitfield. Here. District 5, Frank Barbieri. Here. District 6, Marcia Andrews. Here. District 7, Deborah Robinson.
All right, thank you. We have all 7 board members are present. Also in attendance today is the Superintendent, Dr. Donald Fenoy, and General Counsel Julianne Rico. Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, at this time I'd like to welcome our entire delegation of legislative affairs folks, and at this time I turn it over to Ed Tierney to introduce the rest of the team.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Board Chair Barbieri, Vice Chair Mr. Shaw, school board members, Dr. Fenoy. I'm very pleased this afternoon to be able to kick off the legislative update workshop. I'm joined today by Capital City's Ron LaFace and Megan Fay, Rita Solnit, and Kathy Villavicencio, our Broad resident. You'll remember on September 26th, there was a board retreat to start to formulate the legislative platform that would carry us into this legislative session. That platform was finalized on December 15th of 2018 and focused on student learning, finance, teacher pay, recruitment and retention, safety and mental health, facilities, and charter schools. And that platform carried us into the legislative session that started on March 5th and went on for 61 days. I'm not going to spend a lot of time recapping the session, frankly, because I don't think our memories need much refreshing. It was an intense, fast-paced session that had direct ties to Palm Beach County, and I feel obligated to point out that the leadership that this board provided to the staff, to the community, to the county, set the stage for protecting voter rights and made the jobs of the people sitting at this table trying to carry out and execute the legislative platform that much easier. And one last point before I turn it over to Capital City is the people at this table really worked tirelessly for our voters as well, more behind the scenes, but regularly up until midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning on the weekends. So I thank them for their efforts and turn it over now to Ron.
Thank you very much, Ed. I couldn't have said it any better than his opening. It truly was one of the more high-stakes sessions that I've worked in for the school district, but I'm happy to report that I feel we had a lot of success. So let me begin by saying good afternoon to everybody, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Both Megan and I are here just to give you an update on some issues that you all had identified as priorities for the board for us to engage in and try to influence. I do know that obviously Mr. Burke gave a budget presentation back in May, which was closer to the end of session, and during that also covered some of the legislation. So I'm going to try very hard not to be redundant and also move through so that there can be some time at the end if anybody has any comments or any additional questions. We were given about 30 minutes to run through this, so we will do it as swiftly as possible. But like I said, I am happy to report that I believe we came out of session with wins on issues that we identified as priorities. First, let me start out with safety and mental health, a big issue with a $68 million increase to this line item. But more importantly than the money, they did change the way that money is allocated to districts. Previously, it had been based almost completely on the crime index. This year, they've changed the allocation so that it's more weighted towards student population, with 2/3 there, 1/3 on crime index. That obviously helps Palm Beach because we have a lot of students here, and the actual crime index is going down in Palm Beach. So that gave us a nice little addition. In addition to the money, the extra money they put in there, our allocation increased as well. And that's really just that's the way that this money should be distributed. The reason that it wasn't in the past was because we weren't so much focused on security of schools. We were more focused with keeping kids off the street. Now the focus is on security in schools, and so that's why it's moving to the student population. population count. There's also $50 million for school hardening grants, similar to last session. There was more money last session, but this is a continuation of that grant program where we will be finding things that we can request that the funds be spent on and get a portion of that, and also $18 million increase for mental health funding. On finance, Mr. Burke certainly covered this in a very detailed fashion as it relates to the school district, but the important high-level issues that we have talked about are particularly around the required local effort, or the RLE. The Senate was able to convince the House again this year to take just the new construction component, because the House's position has been they want to roll back the rate completely, and so that we're not taking advantage of any property tax value increase. The Senate really fought for that and was able to again convince the House to take in the value increase from new construction. But also the biggest, I would say, takeaway this session was the base student allocation increase of $75. We do owe that again to the Senate. Their initial position was a $150 increase, and we settled on $75, which was much more than the House had wanted to put into the base student allocation. So we take that as positive and ask the Senate to continue their efforts. Probably the most important legislative issue to district operations that we've been working on, and I know that you all have been a part of this from the beginning, relates to facilities. We spent the past year with the 3 new facilities that we wanted to build, working with the department on trying to obtain approval, ultimately obtained approval for 2 of the 3. And because of that work that Megan and I had put into it with the district, we were kind of designated as the lead for all of the school district lobbyists on this issue, because we had been living it with you all for a year. I am happy to report that where this legislation ended up was actually farther than I thought we would be able to achieve. We've essentially removed the department oversight of approving new facilities when we're using local funds. So that 3rd school that we were not able to get approved, we are now, the district I know is working on plans for that school. But also more importantly, once you get past the EPS survey, the second component of that is being able to build the school within what was called the cost per student station caps. The big criticism of that is that even if we get a school approved, the caps do not really relate to the cost of construction these days, and what you can actually build once you have the approval doesn't look like what anybody thinks a school is. Those calculations have been off for years, but as a part of this legislation, we removed the cost per student station caps if we're building the facility using the COPS bonding program, which is how Palm Beach builds facilities. So for those schools, those cost per student station caps will not apply. We can build the schools that we would like to build, but then also because there are other ways to fund schools through state funding if they ever start to provide that, the legislation also calls for this cost per student station caps to be recalculated, and so in the future they will actually track the cost of construction. So I would say we righted the ability for schools to build facilities as they would like, but also there continues to be some accountability provisions, and so I hope that we're able to move past and do what we want to do on those issues. Going into teacher pay, the Best and Brightest bonus program is still here. It is the program that has been around. However, we did eliminate it being tied to the SAT, ACT, which has been the big criticism of the bonus program in the past. And this year, they've established 3 different types of bonuses, which the first one is the recruitment bonus, which is for new teachers in high-demand subjects. Second is the retention bonus for highly effective and effective teachers in schools that have improved 3 points over 3 years. And then the third type is a recognition bonus, which is for highly effective teachers identified by the principal under criteria that the school board identifies. There still is going to be a lot of rulemaking on this program. I actually heard Jacob Oliva he was the chancellor of K through 12, speak about this last week and was asking, for guidance about which pots of money for which of the 3 buckets that we have here how that would be best implemented, and I asked for recommendations from the district. And so I know the superintendent was a part of those discussions, and we will keep the board apprised as they figure that out. The fourth type of bonus is a principal's bonus as well. If a principal was at a school for 4 years and the school increases 3 points in the past 3 years, they would be eligible for that bonus. As it relates to charter schools, there really was not that much legislation this year that was enacted. There were a number of bills about charter schools. The majority of them failed. We'll talk about them at the end of the presentation, where I talk about bills that did not pass. But the most important piece on charter schools that I would like to point out to the board is the Schools of Hope. They were there, which was enacted, I think, 2 years ago. There were certain locations where Schools of Hope were eligible if an operator wanted to open one. They did expand that to where they can go in more places. Under the new legislation, they can go in economic opportunity zones, and then they also revised what is defined as a low-performing school, and that designation is just so that a School of Hope could open up in the service area, and they made that more broad, so more schools would be considered low-performing schools, so that a School of Hope could open in the area. But it remains to be seen, who it will be opening up a School of Hope and where, if that is to occur. And then the final issue on student learning was the Principal Autonomy Pilot Program. There was legislation to expand that. It's a program that we take advantage of, but that legislation did not pass. Now to our 2 appropriations projects, which we spent quite a bit of time working on. I am happy to report, and as you all know, both of them were funded. I would like to point out that as far as school districts receiving direct appropriations, there's probably a handful of school districts that receive an appropriation. We are very unique for receiving 2, so I commend you guys and your work for doing that. Certainly, Senator Powell, Representative Jaquette, and Senator Rader and Representative Polsky did a lot to try to move these projects along, and we have since been working with the governor's office during his review to answer any questions. I also would like to point out that Ms. Solnit has done a great job on providing letters of recommendation for the West Tech project, and then certainly Ms. Robinson has done a great job of showing community support for the historic Roosevelt High appropriation. We've had many conversations with the governor's office and policy of budget, as well as their executive plaza level staff. We've answered a lot of questions about these appropriations. They are, under review by the governor. We're not quite sure what he's going to do. His staff's not quite sure how he's going to handle projects. One of the things that we did do with these projects is the historic Roosevelt High School project is in the Department of State's budget. They have a cultural museum line item, so we put that one in there. And the West Tech College appropriation is in the higher ed budget. So we've tried to spread them out so it doesn't look like we have 2 next to each other. But we do think that they're both very valid projects. And like I said, we have received assurances that we've answered all of the questions and justified the projects to the governor's office. But how he handles local projects like this remains to be seen. And so we will have a better sense once he signs the budgets. This year, a lot of the education issues that I have already talked about were components of a large piece of legislation called Senate Bill 7070. You all know and have lived for the last couple of years. Instead of having 15 or 20 education bills, they just lump it all into one big bill and move it through the process. A big criticism of that in the past has always been that it's all negotiated behind the scenes, presented to the legislature as a take it and leave it, and everybody kind of has to choke down stuff they don't like to get something that they like. I will say this year that process was done very differently. Senate Bill 7070, everybody knew it was going to be the education package. It was filed, vetted through all committees. Members had opportunities to amend, to vote no, to make comments, and there were a lot of issues that were changed as it evolved through the legislature. So this was a much more open process than we've had in the past, and I do think that hopefully if we're going to continue to do these omnibus education packages, that we use the model from 7070 rather than the model from 7055 or 7069. Some of these other bills that make people shudder when you say their names because they continue to be under litigation. But obviously, one of the bigger issues in 7070 was the establishment of the Family Empowerment Scholarship, which is a full-blown voucher program in the FEFP. It will fund 18,000 students, which was thought to be the wait list of students looking for vouchers under the current system. In order to qualify, you have to be 260% of the federal poverty level, which for a family of four is about $70,000 in income. If you are under that, then you would qualify. The only requirement on private schools in order to really take the voucher is that it has to test voucher students in grades 3 through 10 by either a nationally norm referenced exam or the Florida Standards Assessment. The next issue is best and brightest. We've already pretty much covered that. Now on teacher certification, I do think that there's some very positive issues that were resolved in 7070 on that issue, at least to help teachers through the certification process. The first is a teacher gets a temporary certificate for 3 years. Previously, they only had 1 year to pass the general knowledge exam. We've expanded that to 3 years now, so to give them a little extra time to try to do it. But then also the bill directed the Department of Education to reduce the fees associated with the assessment and the certification application. And the department actually didn't even wait for Senate Bill 7070 to be filed. They've already initiated rulemaking and started those fee reductions immediately. And we're hoping some more to come on helping at least the certification process to run a little bit smoother for the teacher shortage. We've covered the 2 facilities issues early on. I do want to point out a new grant program called the Communities in School Grant Program. There was some funding associated with this, but this is basically for schools that are in turnaround or exiting turnaround. A grant program has been established if you implement this Community in Schools program to help with wraparound services, after school, extended day, different ideas to try. We in Palm Beach have a very similar program called Purpose-Built Schools. They are not the same. They are, to me, in reviewing them both, they just kind of look like different branded programs. I think Purpose-Built Schools was a better fit for the community down here because it also brings in the housing component of it, which communities and schools didn't really focus on. So it remains to be seen if this is something the district would want to look into, since we are already working on the Purpose-Built Schools program, and if this Community in Schools program continues to receive funding in future years. It was kind of an idea that was pushed by the University of Central Florida. They're the ones administering this grant program, but I did want to point that out, that it's similar to something we're doing here, but we have gone on a separate track than this. The other issue on turnaround that I also want to point out, and I spoke with Mr. Oswald before, and just to make sure that he thought that this was as important to our turnaround schools as I did, is they've created a new turnaround categorical, which is extra funding that's specifically geared towards turnaround schools or schools that are just coming out of turnaround, that you can fund up to $500 per student to provide these extra, supplemental wraparound services to help the school. So before this program, we had 25 district schools of hope, which was basically what this program has now replaced. You'll recall Palm Beach had 2 of those designated schools of hope. We received extra funding. We've collected all of the grant funding for those programs, but it was felt that was helping a lot, but it was not serving the whole community and all of the turnaround schools, because statewide there could only be 25 district-run schools of hope. And so you were only serving 25 schools statewide. I mean, look, we had 2 in Palm Beach. So in its place, they've created a categorical where you can spread this money around to your turnaround schools however you see fit. We do think that it's probably a better way to provide services here, but but I will say that Palm Beach is kind of unique where we've received the benefit of both programs. And so we got the 2 schools that we were really focused on as 2 of the 25 schools, and now we're able to come back in with funding that we have a lot more flexibility in how we use to help those schools not only come out of turnaround, but also once they're out, we can continue to use this funding to maintain them and make sure that they don't turn back. So the next 2 slides are around Senate Bill 7030, which was the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Public Safety Commission Act. It implements its intent was to implement the recommendations. You all can see from the bullet points some things that we've pulled out of that bill just to make you aware. I do know that there is an agenda item tonight on implementing some of the legal requirements, so I'm not going to go through any of these provisions. Just wanted to point them out to you, and if you have any questions, I'm sure Julianne will be able to answer those. The last bill that I want to talk about on a whole is House Bill 7123, which is the tax package that was passed last session. Each year, the legislature has a tax package. Usually it's all tax reductions. This year, as everybody is very, very aware of, it included a issue related to referendum millage for school districts. I've got to say that when that bill came out and it had the effect that it did on Palm Beach's referendum, the ability or the way that this community came together, not only from the delegation, from the school district, but just the community as a whole, was pretty amazing. I mean, I've seen it up in Tallahassee, but I've never seen all entities for Palm Beach work together like they did. I mean, from the working the hallways, being in committee testifying, to the legislators running amendments to put it more in line with what Palm Beach referendum said, and the testimony on the floor in both chambers. It was pretty amazing. As you know, the ultimate result of that was school districts will be sharing referendum millage with charter schools. But it's not until referendums that are approved after July 2019, so referendums like Palm Beach's, which is currently in effect for another 3.5 years, is unaffected until that time, which was critical because a lot of funding decisions for that referendum had already been made and would have to be opened up and redone. Since that issue took up most of, I would say it took up 90% of the discussion, 95% of the discussion of that bill. There was another, $20 million, $50 million in tax cuts in the bill that nobody ever talked about. But I do want to point out that the back-to-school sales tax holiday was in the bill, and it's August 2nd through the 6th. And so, the district does make sure that parents are aware of that. Megan, you want to
Absolutely.
talk about the workforce?
So the next bill we wanted to discuss is House Bill 7071, which is workforce education. As many of you are aware, workforce education was a big topic in the legislature this session and was a priority of Governor DeSantis. So the bill, it does several things, but it creates a career and technical education pathway to a high school diploma. So essentially what it does is it allows approved industry certifications that have to be approved by the State Board of Education to substitute for either math credit or 2 science credits. The only courses that they cannot substitute for in the high school diploma are Algebra 1, Geometry, or Biology 1, but they can substitute for other credits towards graduation. Another thing that the bill put into effect was making it easier for students to substitute a computer science course for a math or a science credit. Current law requires a student who completes a computer science course to actually get an industry certification for it to count as a high school credit. That takes away that requirement and really just makes it completion of the course to substitute, giving students a little bit of flexibility there too towards their high school graduation requirements. The bill also establishes the SAIL program, which I think many of you are probably familiar with the Rise to 55 initiative that the Florida college system has been pushing for a couple of years now. But it creates it in law. It's essentially an initiative encouraging the State Board of Education to work with the Board of Governors for the university system to ensure that, I guess they're going to work towards a goal of Florida's workforce having adults in Florida's workforce having post-secondary education, industry certifications, or post-secondary training at a level of 60% by the year 2030. And so as part of that goal, there is going to be some focus at the high school level on increasing the number of students who are in high school who are applying for post-secondary education. And also, I think there's going to be a push from the State Board of Education to making sure that high schools are informing students about financial aid for higher education, like FAFSA and other availability, to make sure that students who are low income know about opportunities that they may have for post-secondary education. The bill also creates a grant program. The bill focuses on grants for apprenticeship programs and pre-apprenticeship programs, and provides $10 million that DOE will administer, but high schools will actually be able to apply for grants through the department to support existing programs and to expand new programs. So that'll be something that the district will be eligible to apply for, and the department will be administering after July 1st. Along the lines of what Ron had discussed earlier as far as teacher certification, this bill actually makes some changes, loosening some restrictions on adjunct teaching certificates, and it actually allows school boards to approve 3-year teaching certificates for adjunct teachers and allows them to teach full-time within the district. So currently they're only allowed to teach part-time. So it's another way to help alleviate the teacher shortage and retention issues that I know a lot of the districts throughout the state, including Palm Beach, are facing. The bill also changes the financial literacy requirements. So starting July 1st, all districts will be required to offer a half-credit elective in financial literacy. So it's not a required course for students to take, but it is a required course for all high schools to offer starting this coming school year. And this was a big priority of the late Senator Dorothy Huckel, some legislation that she had run several years in a row and unfortunately had passed, but after her passing, the legislature did put this into law, and so it was an important thing for the Florida Senate this year. And the last but not least, the bill implements some of the provisions in one of the governor's executive orders that he did back before the start of session, asking the Department of Education, in collaboration with stakeholders, including school districts, to review the career and technical course offerings that are approved by the department, and to make sure that they're really aligned with workforce demands, and making sure that they're aligned with middle and high wage jobs. So I'd be on the lookout for communications from the department this year as part of that review. And that completes workforce education.
All right. Thank you, Megan.
No problem.
Okay, so the FEFP overview, you all have had the presentation again by Mr. Burke, where he has drilled this down onto exactly how it impacts Palm Beach School District. The one thing that I did not see in his presentation that I want to make sure is on everybody's radar screen is, while there is no change this year to the DCD or the district cost differential, there is legislation that forecasts a future change. And I actually require some between-session work on a possible change from the amenities way that the DCD is calculated to a wage-based index. This is the DCD, as you all know, is a component of the funding formula that tries to put more money in areas that it costs more money to live in. Obviously, Palm Beach is at the very top of that list, so any potential change to the DCD piques our interest, to say the least, and is also something that we absolutely will be involved in and will be watching very quickly. There's nothing more that can move money in the millions of dollars between districts than changes on the DCD. And I like to when somebody asks me what it's like when the DCD is on the radar screen, I was a part of I think it was the 2010 session, the last time they changed it, and it reminded me a lot of the opening of the Hunger Games, because literally everybody's looking at each other. Nobody knows who's their friend, and nobody knows who's out to get them. And the only way that you do know is when they publish runs, as they make little tweaks to it, and then you see, whose team everybody's on. So I want to put that at the forefront. The legislation was much different than the last time we had a DCD change, where it was just done and flopped out as a deal from the legislature. This time it actually asked for the state's economic and demographic research arm to do separate runs, have meetings, take solicitation and input from school districts, and if any school district is negatively implemented, make recommendations on how to make them whole or provide glide paths. With that said, it's something that is unknown and that we are watching very closely, and we'll be talking about a heck of a lot more, and I'm sure we'll be at the top of our list for next year's agenda. So quick overview of a couple of other bills that weren't a part of 7070 that are of interest. House Bill 5 requires all discretionary sales surge tax referendums to be held at general elections going forward on or after January 2020. Senate Bill 7012 basically is an act relating to vaping that basically says any vaping shall be treated like tobacco as far as school disciplinary perspectives. Let's see, Senate Bill 292 is a bill that prohibits a school district from preventing the lawful wearing of a military dress uniform at a graduation ceremony. Senate Bill 7041 adds religion to the protective class of discrimination and also defines anti-Semitism. House Bill 807 is basically a civics material review bill. It asks the commissioner to look at all of the materials, whether adopted or not adopted, in civics, and and make recommendations for gaps, as well as if he finds inaccuracies in adopted materials, require them to be changed. And then House Bill 7125 requires the disclosure of any arrest for unlawful possession or discharge of a weapon at a school-sponsored function or school property to be put forward on a job application if you're going to work in education, even if it's been expunged. One bill that is an oldie, but is something that I think is important for us to flag before you is House Bill 1279 from the 2018 session. You might recall from last year there was a transparency and fiscal accountability bill that was enacted after when the decision was made to enact this. We pushed back as far as making it effective in 2018 because there's a lot of components to it. There's a lot that district personnel, as far as financial reporting, needed to get their hands around, and the financial officers spend some time talking about how they were doing it. So the effective date was delayed until July 2019. Like I said, this was passed in the 2018 session, but since it's coming live soon, figured that we would just briefly go over it again. It does have some school board implications. It does require prior approval of travel by school board members outside of the district, just to make sure that it's legitimate school district travel. Align school board member salaries at the beginning teacher salaries, prohibits the superintendent from or school board members from employing a relative or having somebody directly report to them that's a relative. An internal auditor is needed for districts over 500 million. Like I said, does require some financial reporting, which also has to be shown in graphical form. Any budget amendments have to be approved by the board and explained, and the superintendent is prohibited from lobbying the school board for 2 years. And then the DOE is supposed to develop a web-based tool to help people see what's actually being spent in the classroom, and that'll probably get developed sometime around 2030. Legislation that failed. This is always the fun list because this year we actually have some items in there that we opposed. So I'm happy to just run over these. Obviously, they're retroactively sharing our voted millage with charter schools, which was not what our referendum question said. That issue failed. School board term limits failed. There was an effort to increase dual enrollment by lowering the GPA. That failed. And then there were two bills relating to charter schools. One would allow state colleges and universities to be charter school sponsors. That was not enacted. And then another bill which would allow the state to be the authorizer of high-performing charter schools as well as schools of hope instead of the district, and that would be including replications as well, and that bill failed. We do expect both of those bills to be back next year. So looking ahead, I know we've gone a little bit over, so I apologize for that, but as you all know, the governor he's acted on a lot of the education bills. He has the budget. That's the biggest thing we're waiting on. We understand, at least from this afternoon, and we've heard from the district, the governor is working on a state tour next week about the budget, so we expect budget action imminently. What usually happens is the governor will sign the budget in Tallahassee, do the veto list, and then do a multi-state tour where they talk about some of the great things that are being funded in this year's budget, and that we expect that to occur next week. The State Board of Education and the department is constantly coming out with guidance as well as some rulemaking, implementing some of these provisions, and we're hoping to work with them a lot more, particularly on the school security pieces, so we'll be monitoring that. We anticipate working on our next year's. I know it seems like we're just giving the report from this year, but the good news is the 2020 session is an early session. Starts in January, which pushes everything back. We will start our interim committee meetings in September, which means that we will be working for the next 2 months on coming up with our 2020 legislative platform to workshop and come before the board in late summer, early fall, so that we can have it ready to go before the committee meetings begin. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the time, and I turn it back over to you for any questions or discussion.
Thank you. Ms. Brill.
Thank you. So I just want to start off by saying that I think we have the best legislative team. It has really worked its way to just be a fabulous effort together. And I do want to mention that effort that you saw on House Bill 7123, the pulling together of all the resources in Palm Beach County, I have to say we have Ms. Solnit to thank for really working the community, pulling them together. I don't think it would have happened, the reaction from our community, the way it did without her efforts and boots on the ground. So having you up there, the two of you, Megan and Ron, and then having Rita down here, for me, it's been fantastic because we have our local person working and helping to mold legislation along with you. So thank you. I do want to mention that, I know you brought up the educational plant survey and the cost per student station. You know that when I was up in Tallahassee, that was my main focus, because my area is very heavily hit by the lack of ability to build schools. We're building out west. We have no schools. You hear me talk all the time on the dais that I only have one high school, and it's because we haven't been able to build out west. So much to my surprise, at Cobra this morning, the new president brought up the new middle school and how excited the community is. We have been talking about this for over 9 years. We've had the land for, I think, 10 plus years, if not longer. And Somerset Canyon Charter was built about 9 years ago because we couldn't build. So when I met with the superintendent last week, I did ask him what we can do is, can we expedite the building now of this school? Because Mr. Burke had presented to us how we're increasing in the number of students, but the numbers are increasing on the charter school side, that we're maintaining a relatively flat growth. And in my area, those students are going to the charter schools. We're building new developments along the Western Corridor, and if we don't have this school built, I'm afraid we're going to keep losing those students to the charter schools. So when I did speak with Dr. Fenoy, I asked him, what do we need to do to explore moving it up? And he asked me to bring it up with my colleagues just to get a nod of heads, asking, for him and staff to explore what it would take to move it up from 2023. So I'm using this opportunity to just see if all of you will nod your head to explore the possibility of getting that school by Sunset Palms built sooner than out 2023 or later. So if
I believe the superintendent indicated that Mr. Burke is working on the capital plan and it's being included in the capital plan.
Thank you, but I was told last week by the superintendent that I need to have all of you nod your heads in agreement to move it up from 2023. And so it was going to be on the agenda for next month, but since the opportunity has presented itself, I'm going to embrace it.
Well, so Ms. Brill, you're correct, and I think, but we are, as some latest developments, Mike Burke and Wanda Paul we are moving a lot of this work forward. We will be presenting the capital plan with new dates for several projects to the entire board really soon. So we are taking advantage of this opportunity.
So as a follow-up, then I take it that you will be exploring that opportunity for moving it up earlier on the schedule so that we don't have in July 100 COBRA members sitting out in the audience.
Yes, ma'am. We will definitely be working to get all of the what we're calling special projects contracts in as soon as possible.
Other questions? Mrs. Andrews?
Thank you, and I must say that I think we have a great team. I appreciate Capital City Consultants and with Mrs. Solnett on the team this year, and certainly looking at the whole team sitting here, we got a lot of work done. And I just tell you, just coming back from the Florida School Boards Association, and we're all working on the same issues. I mean, even though we have our own priorities in Palm Beach County, when we look at the big umbrella of pictures, we're all talking about many of the same things. And as I saw our team right there in Tampa last week, getting it done with the priorities, getting ready for next year. We're hoping that we do get a positive signature from the governor on our two appropriations, and we'll keep our fingers crossed. We know that we have worked hard, and we understand the last leg of the trip is now in the governor's hands. So I really do appreciate all of your hard work, and I can say, being your legislative rep for the school district and attending Florida School Boards Association, Mr. LaFace and your team, you've been here with us for a long time. And when we lost Mr. Crawford, there was a little break in that. But now we are sealed. We are tight. People know us. I mean, they know us from the Florida School Board, lobbying issues with all of the state people. We've been in Tallahassee with everybody. The legislators know us. Our local delegation know that we have it on the map. We're getting things done, and it's to be seen by the wonderful progress we made this year. So I can't say thank you enough to all of you sitting here under our leadership of our Chief of Staff. You're making it happen. So thank you so much. Now, I want to say there was one on here about this grant for communities in schools. Now, you know, we have a Communities in Schools program right here in Palm Beach County. So I'm just looking at that grant and how would that differ if we have a better opportunity of getting that money since we already have a program here, or is it something totally different?
And what you've, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay. Sure. What you've identified is something that I identified as well as soon as we saw this grant program come out. Unfortunately, I was told that the Communities in Schools program that we have here is different from the branded Communities in School grant program. They are separate entities. They happen to have overlapping titles, but it is a separate entity from the state grant program. But this Community in Schools grant program, they all provide very similar services, very similar to our purpose-built communities as well. And there is, like I said, it's being administered through the University of Central Florida. So I know the district is taking a look at this, seeing how it aligns with efforts that we are already trying, and if it's something that we feel that we also want to embark on, or whether we want to focus on the direction that we've already taken. Those decisions have yet to be made, but to your exact question, that Community in School program is a different program than the Community in School state newly adopted grant program.
And I do know that it is, but because we have one here, and if we apply for this, that hopefully will maybe give us a little bit of an edge. So that's what I was thinking, you know, as we kind of work through that whole process. Because, I mean, the after-school pieces, the counseling pieces, the extended school day, all of that, some of that is kind of in our program. So hopefully if we apply for this, and we will, we can talk about how we can expand some of the things that we're doing. So that was very exciting. And the second part, I was meeting with Mr. Oswald on yesterday about the Schools of Hope and the realignment of that money. That's a big deal. So I want you all to know with our schools and the Glades region how we have actually worked with our Schools of Hope, working with our deputy superintendent and looking at that money. Now we see a whole different picture where we can actually help more students, and we can actually put programs in for a longer period of time so that we won't have regression. Sometimes, you know, when you get off the list and then all of a sudden everything stops, you go back. So this hopefully will help us improve the ability to continue to move forward with academic achievement in those schools who have been identified as schools of hope. So I thought that was really good. Plus, there's so much good in here, so thank you so very much.
Any other? Dr. Robinson?
So I want to add my thanks to our team. There is nothing I like about Tallahassee except FAMU, I'm going to just tell you. So thank God for y'all going there and fighting a good fight for us. And for the school board members who take on that fight, I applaud you. It sickens me, to be honest with you, but that's another thing. So I also hope that that our ears have perked up on these grants, communities and schools, as well as the high school CTE grants, because we need to go get that money. I want to just address the comments about purpose-built, though, because I know about purpose-built, but I don't know that this board has ever discussed purpose-built as a collective. My view and understanding of purpose-built is different than my view and understanding of communities and schools, but it just, my alarms went off that it appears that our lobbyist is talking about purpose-built. So it appears as though there's been some official embracing by this school district of purpose-built, and we have not had that conversation. And I think that we need to have that conversation because I have some concerns about the difference between the model and what is happening in reality in my zip code, right? And so if this school district is going to talk about participate in purpose-built, I think this board needs to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McQuinn?
Totally agreeing with Dr. Robinson. Prior to winter break a year ago, so not whatever year, a year ago, individual board members were asked to speak. This is when Dr. Vosa was our superintendent. We were asked to speak with, work with me on this. It'll come. Rachel Dosical and our, please work with me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank goodness I have somebody in my ear here. Our Education Foundation. And they met with each of us, and it was nothing more. It was simply to explain to each of us individually what the vision there was of purpose-driven communities. But then nothing ever came to the board about that. We were told it would eventually be coming. So it was like an education meeting, and that never happened. So I certainly think we need that sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think since Dr. Vosa's time, that group has been working more with other entities, and we've been participating and listening, but we have not fully signed any contracts, anything of that nature. However, I do think it's time for us to ask that group to come forward and present to the board on what the larger conversation is, and then for us to figure out how we fit into the larger work around purpose-built communities. I think what Ron is speaking to, this purpose-built community effort is taking place all over the state of Florida. I think Orlando, by the Citrus Bowl, they have done some redevelopment work with Orange Center. There's one in Tallahassee. I think there's some on the West Coast. So it's definitely a statewide initiative, which is why I think we're seeing money put in the legislature for it. But it's time for us to bring that group forward to see what it looks like here in Palm Beach County.
Thank you. Mrs. Andrews?
Thank you. Many of us work with education advisory committees, and many of you sitting right here speak at them. We have one in my area at Royal Palm Beach, Wellington, the Tri-Cities of the Glades. And you've been working with them throughout the whole legislative process. Now that we've gotten to this final conclusion, is it possible for someone from staff to work with the advisory boards in these cities and villages and get this PowerPoint on their website or somewhere for them to put it up? Because parents, community people, you did go back and talk about some of the issues, but many of these things came to closure after school was out. So if we can get this out, especially in my region, and maybe others have educational advisory committee boards, COBA or something like that, this would be an ideal thing to put out there for the current information, because we're going to start right back up again. So we can look at this and say where we are, but we're going to begin the whole process in a few months. So this is a closure for us if somebody could do that through the superintendent to the team out here.
Mr. Tierney will take care of that.
Okay.
Any other questions? So also, I want to thank all of you, especially you, Ron and Rita, for listening to me rant and rave and take out my frustrations about what was going on in Tallahassee on you guys, and you listened patiently, and then you obviously got the job done on a lot of this stuff. So I appreciate all the time that you spent with me on the phone, Ron and Rita, meetings, and listening to me. Kind of blame you because things weren't getting done, but you got them done anyway. So thank you all for the hard work. We really appreciate it.
You're an excellent motivator, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. If we have we'll adjourn the workshop, and we'll now call the attorney-client session to order. As Mrs. Whitfield spoke earlier, I did attend a lot of the graduations at the fairgrounds, and it was really a lot of fun. I've never attended that many before, and I got to spend the entire day there because there wasn't time to, when you get there at 7 in the morning, to be there, in time to get there before the parking lot is crazy and the traffic, and then you don't leave until after the last graduation at the end of the day. There was no time to go anywhere else. So I got to spend the whole day there, many days, and during those days that I was there, I spent a lot of time with our police officers, met all of the new officers. I guess all the new officers got stuck with the duty out there, so they got sworn in one day, and the next day they were out there, and they all did a great job. But especially, and I know that his name has been mentioned already, and Major Makowski, but Sal Longo. I mean, between you two guys, I mean, you're the finest. In my opinion, you're the finest examples of the professionalism that this board expects from our own police department. So thank you. Is Sal here? Mr. Longo, you're here? So he's not here tonight. So I want to thank the two of you. Joe Griffin of Hurst Jones. At every graduation, I saw you come to the rescue of many of our graduates who, as typical teenagers, forgot something that they needed. Sometimes it was their robe, their tassel, their cords. One young lady broke her shoe, and a young man who forgot his shirt. And your kindness to our students certainly didn't go unnoticed. And I thank you for all you do each year to help make our graduations a success. And I know his name has been mentioned several times. Eric, are you here in the room? Mr. Stern, would you stand up, please? Eric got there in the morning before it was even daylight, because I got there some mornings when it just was coming to be daylight, and he was already there probably for an hour before I got there. He left at the end of the day. I left sometimes with him at the end of the day. Sometimes he left after me, but the last thing he did was check the restrooms to make sure they were clean and the chairs were lined up and the floor was clean, so the graduation for the next morning when he got there at 4 a.m., he didn't have to do that. So you did a great job, Eric. Many years ago, when we first moved the graduations from the convention center to the fairgrounds, I asked the superintendent back then. I don't remember if it was Superintendent Johnson, Dr. Johnson, or it was Mr. Gent, but I asked him to assign you there because I thought you would do a great job. I know you never failed to remind me that I gave you a life sentence, and I apologize for that. I told him that it's till death do us part, and I probably will die before him, so we're in good shape on that one. But Eric, you never fail to rise to the occasion, to take care of all the things out there, and I'm sure no one in the district could do a better job than you at the graduation. So thank you on behalf of the school board for all you do. And as Mr. Shaw said, nobody knows what goes on behind the scenes unless I spent the whole day there with you, so I got to see what you deal with respect to everybody complaining, not enough tickets, the traffic's a mess, they can't get through the gate. I mean, there's no chairs for them. I saw it, and you dealt with all that craziness every single day for days on end, so thank you for everything you did. I direct the board's attention to my report, and if you look at a couple other things, I'm not going to cover them tonight, but as you know, I was contacted by principal leadership a while back about what they perceive as problems with the Inspector General policy as it relates to what HR and the Superintendent's authority on investigations. I met with Mr. Chu, and I also met with the General Counsel, and I asked them to work together to take a look at what can be done to fix the policies so that we can. It's a little more. Works a little better together with eliminating some of the due process considerations, and so if you all would give some thought to the policy, so that when we get to this workshop in July on the Inspector General, you're prepared to talk about some things you think should be changed in the policy. And if you want to meet with Mr. Chu and Mrs. Rico before that to get some ideas on what they think should be changed, especially Mrs. Rico's taking a look at that. I'd appreciate if you do it. I did meet with Mr. Chu and Ms. McBride, and then I met with Mrs. Rico, and we discussed those issues. The other thing is, I at Mrs. Andrews' request, and we didn't break sunshine because we didn't talk about anything we're going to vote on, she asked me if I would go out and tour Pahokee High School, and I did. And I realized why she had asked me to go there, although she didn't tell me why. The school was, and I met with Mrs. Paul, and I brought to her attention, I mean, it's, in my opinion, it's substandard. Those children out there don't deserve the way that school is. They have probably no idea what a school looks like in Boca Raton, but that school nowhere compares to a school in Boca Raton. And I think those children deserve the same thing the children on the coast get in their schools. So I brought a lot of issues to her attention. She's assured me that she's going to get her staff out there to look at it before school starts. And I promised Mr. Denard, the principal out there, who's a fine principal and has all kinds of great ideas, that I would come back in August and take another look at the school, and hopefully it'll be in much better shape than it is currently. So I thank you, Ms. Paul, for giving your attention to that. And with that, I think we've completed all board comments. Good evening again. We will now call the regular board meeting of June 19th, 2019 to order. Mrs. Bass, would you please call the roll?
District 1, Barbara McQuinn.
Here.
District 2, Chuck Shaw. Here. District 3, Karen Brill. Here. District 4, Erica Whitfield. Here. District 5, Frank Barbieri.
Here.
District 6, Marcia Andrews.
Here.
District 7, Deborah Robinson.
All right, we have a quorum with all 7 board members present. Also at the dais are Inspector General Lung Chu, General Counsel Julianne Rico, and Superintendent Donald Fenoy. I'd like to remind all who will be speaking today that this meeting is being transcribed in real time so it can be viewed with closed captioning. Please speak at a reasonable pace so the transcribers can fully capture what you are saying. At this time, I'd ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and here to sing the national anthem is Ava Boswell, a student at West Boca Raton Community High School. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Ms. Boswell. Great job. Superintendent, I show the following items were added for good cause: BRD 1, BRD 2, ELR1, P3, P4, SP1, ST4, and ST5.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
As to BRD1, approval of board member travel for Andrews. BRD2, approval of board member travel for Robinson. Good cause exists for adding these items in order to comply with recent statutory requirements effective July 1st, 2019, that requires prior approval of board member out-of-county state travel over $500. As to item ERL1, school calendar 2019-2020, this item has been added to the agenda for good cause in order to provide stakeholders with an approved start date for the 2019-2020 school year. As to P3, personal addendum, and P4, personal addendum number 2, good cause exists to add these items to allow employees to begin in their new positions as soon as possible. As to SP1, implementation of legislative recommendations of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Commission, good cause exists for adding this item because of deadlines set forth in the recently enacted implementation of legislative recommendations of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Commission, Senate Bill 7030, and for school safety and security. As to item ST4, mental health assistance allocation and district implementation plan, good cause exists to add this item to be able to receive funding to help establish or expand school-based mental health care. The plan, once approved, is due to the Commissioner of Education by August 1st. And as to ST5, behavioral health agreements with 7 agencies, good cause exists to add this item because the 7 agreements expire on June 30th, 2019, and they are built into our mental health plan for 2019-2020. Mr. Superintendent, do you have any items to withdraw?
Yes, sir, I have, CI8, First Amendment to Behavioral Health and Cooperative Agreements, CI10, International Baccalaureate, Primary Years Program Acceptance for Palmetto Elementary, COM6, American Muslim Alliance of Florida, and students recipients of AMAF scholarships, and PA1 Renewal, National Student Clearinghouse Student Tracker for High School Agreement for districts or high schools.
All right, thank you. We have so far 3 items pulled, ST3, TL3, FPM, PF5. Are there any other items board members wish to pull? We need a motion to approve the agenda as modified. Dr. Robinson? We're not there yet. Any other items? Anybody wants to pull? All right, we need a motion to approve the agenda by Mrs. Andrews, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Disclosures and abstentions. Dr. Robinson?
Yes, I am going to, tell me what number I'm abstaining, please.
PC2.
PC2, I'll be abstaining on PC2, and the reasons why are attached to the item. Thank you.
Any other disclosures or abstentions? Good. Takes us to Superintendent Board comments. Mr. Superintendent?
Yes. First, I'd like to congratulate Colusa Elementary School for their successful St. Baldrick's event. Before the end of the school, Colusa hosted their 11th fundraiser to benefit the St. Baldrick Foundation. I understand with a few shaved heads at this year's events, that's a good look. The school raised more than $61,000 to help support childhood cancer research. I'd like to say great job to the Colusa Flamingos. Let's give them a round of applause for that. I'm looking forward to visiting a couple of the 140 sites, such as schools, public libraries, and district summer camps, where our fantastic food services team is providing free breakfasts and lunches to children in our community who may not otherwise have a consistent meal available to them while they're out of school. Last year, more than 783,000 meals were served over the summer, and we expect to exceed that number this year. I want to thank the entire food services team for their commitment to our community and children. You'll find the location of these sites on our district website at palmbeachschools.org. We're encouraging the entire community to check out our website to make sure that you get access to those free meals. I commend the Children's Services Council for their commitment to helping our children prevent summer slide. The council visited every elementary school and gave each student a book to read over the summer break. Over the past 6 years, CSC has donated more than 800,000 books through this program. The children are excited to have a book of their own to read, and I hope that this encouragement they need to pick up several other books to read during the course of the summer. I also like to say congratulations, and congratulations are in order for our District 4 board member, Erica Whitfield. Ms. Whitfield was honored as an education champion during the Path to College Fellowships Education Fest. Mrs. Whitfield works tirelessly in our community to encourage wellness and education for all of our children, and this is a well-deserved honor for her hard work. Let's give her a round of applause, please. It also gives me great pride now to congratulate our current South Area Regional Superintendent, Dr. Ian Salzman. Ian, I want you to stand up, please. Come on up here so we can see you. Dr. Salzman has been selected as the next superintendent of schools for the Everett School District in Everett, Washington. I am confident that we continue to provide the same level of leadership he has on this side of the country, way over there. But to Ian, to you and your amazing, beautiful family, I wish you the best of luck. Please understand this is your home, and we will always be here to support you and your family and your kids as you transition. And once you get the job and you start dating your board members, you'll call me. We'll have some private conversations. In our district, he is known for his ability to connect with students, parents, and staff, and Ian has certainly demonstrated that during his 30-year tenure here in Palm Beach County. And again, we wish him the best. We have a lot of new appointments on tonight's agenda, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge several people who are making moves in the district. So at this time, I would like our Deputy Superintendent, Keith Oswald, to come forward and introduce each of them and allow them a brief comment.
Thank you, Dr. Fennoy. We have been busy. Good things are happening to great people. Dr. Rodriguez also becoming a superintendent. So to start off, I'm going to ask Dr. Sheffield, Ms. Issa, and Mr. Henry to come and join me up here. Dr. Sheffield was appointed last month, but we want to give her an opportunity to address the board tonight on her new role as the Chief Academic Officer. Dr. Sheffield.
All right.
Good evening, Board Chair Barbieri, Vice Chair Shaw, Dr. Fennoy, other board members. I do appreciate the opportunity to come to the district office as the new Chief Academic Officer. I am looking forward to continuing the ongoing working relationship with our student and adult learners here at the central office. I am just excited. Never in my 26 years going into 27 that I thought I would be sitting here as the incoming Chief Academic Officer. And I cannot say thank you enough for your belief in me. And Mrs. Andrews, from when you recruited me back in 1993 from South Carolina, I do say just thank you for believing in myself. And I am committed, I'm dedicated, and I'm just ecstatic to continue the working relationship.
Thank you.
And a lot of our new work that's going to be started, be Assistant Superintendent of Student Wellness, Ms. Issa is taking the helm there. Ms. Issa.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Fennoy and Mr. Oswald. I want to thank you all for the opportunity for me to continue to serve both our families and our students who are the most vulnerable on our campuses. I appreciate the opportunity for me to be able to lead this new division and the work that we're going to be working on through Senate Bill 7026 and 7030 and all of the other new initiatives that are coming forward. I just finished my 37th year of service in Palm Beach County, and I have had the utmost opportunities to be guided and mentored by the most amazing professionals and supported by my family. I know that if I try to thank them all, I will miss somebody and I will be here all night. So I'm just going to do a overall shout out to both my biological family, my work family, because of their support and their guidance. I sit here before you tonight. So thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Henry has been leading some really important work at Royal Palm School. I'm sure that everyone is disappointed to see him go as he takes on the new role as the Director of Virtual and Home Education. Mr. Henry.
Thank you, Superintendent, board members, Mr. Oswald. I am humbled and honored to accept this position, and I look forward to continuing my journey. And I know it's going to be amazing. This district is an amazing district. I've had a lot of mentors throughout my time in this district, getting me to the point where I am now. And it doesn't take individuals, it takes a team for everybody to be successful. So thank you for helping me be successful to this point.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you all. We also have some new principal supervisors. I'm going to ask Ms. Haynes, Dr. Licata, Mr. Summer, and Ms. Wetzel to make their way up here. So, as we mentioned, Dr. Rodriguez moving on as a superintendent, leading the regional superintendent for the central area. Ms. Haynes.
Good evening. Board Chairman, Mr. Barbieri, Board Vice Chair, Mr. Shaw, esteemed board members, and Superintendent Dr. Fenoy. I am honored to have the opportunity to serve our diverse community as the next Central Regional Superintendent. As a product of Palm Beach County Schools and graduate of Forest Hill High School, I have served this community in many capacities, as a teacher, as an assistant principal, as a principal, and as an area director. My experiences as a child and as an English language learner has prepared me to overcome the challenges and persevere. I grew up in Wellington, so serving the Western communities is like being home again. I would like to thank the mentors that I've had for 26 years serving as an educator. Dr. Frank Rodriguez, Mr. Rod Montgomery, and Mr. Jack Thompson have all played an integral part in shaping me as a leader. Dr. Rodriguez has led the Central Region to its highest achievements so far, and I will work diligently with the schools and communities to not only continue the work of our district's strategic plan, but to also lead our team to reach the next level in student achievement. Thank you.
Someone who needs no introduction to this board, who has stepped up to the plate to take on a new role as the regional superintendent for the South area, Dr. Licata.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Fenoy. It gives me an opportunity to continue to work closely with Mr. Oswald, but I'm also replacing an icon in the South, Dr. Ian Saltzman, who has been revered down there for years. I grew up in the South, Boca del Rey, Boynton area, and a lot of those principals worked with me for years. So it gives me an opportunity to return back to some phenomenal schools. It's hard leaving this district building, being here for 10 years since my last principalship. It's the relationships I'll miss of the people that I've got to know. And all four Lewis custodians in the building. I finally figured out which Lewis is which. But they're awesome people, and it's an awesome building, and a lot of work gets done here. But I appreciate the trust in me. I appreciate what I've done over the years in Choice. I think it's a great place right now. We have a saying in golf, leave the green nicer than when you got here. And hopefully I've left the Choice area much nicer than when I got here. So I look forward to the challenge in replacing an icon down in South area. So thank you very much for your trust.
Thanks, sir.
And staying in the South, instructional superintendent will be working with our secondary schools, Mr. Craig Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald, Superintendent Fenoy, Chairman Barbieri, and the rest of the school board. Thank you so much for giving me the responsibility of serving as an instructional superintendent in the amazing Palm Beach County school system that I'm a product of. My mother is a retired teacher, and my daughter is a product of the system as we speak. 20,000 students that I look to serve. School starts in about 40 days. Teachers come back. So I'm going to keep it brief. I'm ready to get started, and thank you guys for the opportunity.
And back to the Central Region, working with our secondary schools in the Central area, instructional superintendent Karen Wetzel.
Good evening, Dr. Fenoy, Board Chair, Mr. Barbieri, and board members, and obviously my former fourth grade teacher, Mr. Shaw. So I had my first opportunity to address the board in a supervisory role 22 years ago in 1997 when I took on Poinciana Elementary School. So 22 years, 5 schools later, I'm just as excited to be here again to take on a new challenge, and as the instructional superintendent for the Central Area Middle Schools and High Schools. I'm really excited to work with the team of principals and those professionals. I'm actually very honored to be able to do that. So thank you for the opportunity and the responsibility, because I'm up for both. So thank you.
Thanks so much.
And Ms. Robin Brown will be instructional superintendent in the North area. She has some previous professional development that she's working on her team from being a principal. And speaking of principal, probably the most important work, we have a number of new principals that we're going to introduce tonight. They can make their way up here. I think they're afraid to come in front of you all. All right, let's see. So starting off at New Horizons Elementary School, Ms. Dana Palaria.
Good evening, Superintendent Fenoy, Chairman Barbieri, Vice Chairman Shaw, and esteemed school board members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to lead such an amazing school as New Horizons Elementary School. I've spent 5 years at Grassy Waters as assistant principal, preparing for this principalship. And due to the continuous support of my mentors, Mrs. Green and Dr. Galindo, my goal has been achieved. In addition, many thanks to my family and friends that have endured the long days and hours of interviews waiting for that one perfect call. I wouldn't be here today without them. I'm extremely lucky to further my leadership journey in the Central Region, where I will continue to learn and grow under the leadership of Mrs. Green and Mrs. Haynes and the current principals that I've spent time with at PLAs. New Horizons Elementary School is a family-oriented school that has an amazing dedicated PTA, hardworking staff, and ample support through the Village of Wellington. It is ranked 3rd in the nation for the International Spanish Academy. I have 15 years experience in both elementary and secondary education, teaching students with disabilities and students that speak other languages, as well as coaching a variety of sports in the Palm Beach County School District. I feel very skilled at communicating with a variety of families and meeting their needs. Mrs. Cordoza has left a legacy of accomplishments at New Horizons Elementary School, and I intend to maintain the high expectations she set and lead my staff to New Horizons. Thank you again, esteemed board members.
And not a new principal, but stepping up to the plate to take on one of our comprehensive high schools, West Boca High School principal, Mr. Ed Capitano.
Good evening. Good evening, School Board Chair Frank Barbieri, Vice Chair Chuck Shaw, school board members, and Superintendent Dr. Fenoy. Thank you so much for the opportunity and the trust to lead this amazing school, West Boca Community High School. It is an honor and a privilege to be at the helm of this school. It's a great community. It's amazing faculty and staff, and the students are just incredible. I'm so looking forward to hit the ground running with this school and keeping the great things that are going on at that school, as well as the West Boca community, just keep them going. I also want to thank my lovely wife, who's the principal of Don Estridge, Miss Rachel Capitano. She can't be here tonight. She's with my daughter making their way back from West Virginia. But my daughter, Taylor Lee Capitano, also can't wait now because she could go to football games and stand on the sidelines. So I'm really excited for these new memories and the legacy to keep up. So with that, I want to thank you all for entrusting me with the future endeavors of our children and to keep that going. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
In the last 24 hours, we've been very busy as we try to fill all these principal vacancies, and for Ms. Kelly Patrick leading as principal of Meadow Park Elementary School.
Good evening. Thank you. I am the humbled new principal of Meadow Park Elementary School. I want to thank you, the board, for meeting with me tonight and giving me this opportunity. I also want to thank Dr. Fenoy and Mr. Oswald for giving me this opportunity. I've been an educator in Palm Beach County schools for the last 19 years. The last 7, I've worked at 7 at Melaleuca Elementary as the assistant principal. And I've had the fortunate opportunity to work with some really fabulous leaders in my 19 years here. And if I listed them, we'd be here all night, but I do want to recognize a couple of them. Miss Nina Lant, the principal at Heritage, was the person that saw a leader in me and really pushed me into getting my leadership degree, so I would not be sitting here without her. And of course, the most amazing mentor an aspiring leader could ask for, my principal, Dr. Maupin, has led me down a journey that I never expected to be on. She's taught me so many things, and I'm so grateful for her knowledge, and she has prepared me for this position. I'm lucky to call her my partner and my friend, and I look forward to being able to work with her still in the central area in some capacity. I want to thank Dr. Sanders and Ms. Haynes for trusting me on this new journey and having faith in me. And of course, I want to thank my family, and I'm so excited they're here to join me this evening. My parents are sitting in the crowd over here. They've taught me to be a very strong and independent woman, which is something I value dearly, and nobody can ever take that away from me. It's created a great leader in me. My boyfriend, who stood by my craziness for the last 3 years, is here joining me. And my beautiful 2 boys, my 5-year-old who's going to kindergarten, my 10-year-old who's going into fifth grade, who are in a whirlwind tonight too, not knowing why they're here. They're the reason I get up in the morning and I do what I do. I teach students every day to set goals, work hard, and success will follow. And I'm so proud to be able to set that example for my boys and for the students of Meadow Park. And I look forward to this opportunity. So thank you so much.
And working with some of our most precious children, new principal of Indian Ridge Elementary, or ESE School, Mr. Eugene Ford.
Thank you. Good evening, board, chair, Dr. Fenoy, Mr. Keith Oswald, my instructional superintendent, Mr. Dr. Joe Lee. It was over 30 years since I've been in front of the board. I remember when the school district was on Belvedere, and we were having our meetings in a portable. I was the first recipient to receive a scholarship from the school district of Palm Beach County and made a commitment to come back to Palm Beach County and teach. My first principal was Marsha Andrews, and she inspired me. She hired me. I was home for the summer break, and she was the recruiting director or something, and she would give me a summer job at Jupiter High School. So one day when I called and told her I graduated from Florida A&M and I'm ready to teach. So she said, come in right away, come in right away. She had just been appointed the principal at Bear Lakes Middle School. And I'm telling you, she inspired me to go into leadership because she was on the campus with her tennis shoes on and she was in and about and always thought out the box. I'm sorry it's taking so long, but she thought out the box because when our students couldn't come to our school, we went out to the community. So I am grateful to have you as a principal and a leader. Board, I truly, from the bottom of my heart, truly appreciate and being honored to be appointed to the principal of Indian Ridge School. I also want to just let you know I'm not going to take this job lightly. I have a passion for those students. Those are our special students. And my motto at the school is, every day is a new day. So much has happened, but I suck it up and I come the next day and I'm ready to serve our kids. Because, you know, we have some kids with some challenges, and I'm just up to meet that challenge. I also want to thank some of my former leaders. Given my first AP job, Miss Ethel Randolph. My first, Mr. Don Green, you know, those guys, Nate Collins, man, you know, I learned so much. I learned how to manage students. I learned how to manage teachers, and I also learned how to be a great instructional leader. Mr. Jose Garcia, Miss Lena Roundtree. I mean, boy, those guys instilled so much in me, and I am so grateful to be, you know, to have that. But I promise you, that I won't take this responsibility lightly. I will endeavor to represent the school district and with the students in transparency and bold. Also, like one more person, Dr. Cromwell, and truly appreciate her because of the fact that she had such a vision for the school. And we got the school up and running, and we're doing a great job. And I just hope to continue that, you know, and make you guys truly proud of me. And I'm thankful, and I thank you again.
We'll be back next month with some more.
Well, first of all, let me just take a moment to thank Keith Oswald. You know, most people don't know a lot about my leadership style, but when I say I want something done, I absolutely mean it. And so I told him, and the community needs to understand this, I'm an educator at heart, and I loved being a principal. But what we can't do to principals is try to put them in jobs right before school starts. And so it was important to me, stop everything you're doing. We have to get these schools staffed. As we've had a great privilege with so many of our great employees getting opportunities across the country that we have these positions to fill. And so I'm just thankful that to Keith and his team and Dr. LaCava, because I know we're putting a lot of pressure on HR to get this done, and we will keep putting that pressure on to make sure that our kids have a great start. The last thing I want to take a moment to say to the board, I want to thank Dr. Ava Parker and take a point of privilege. She is the president of Palm Beach State College, and I want to thank her for entering into a joint partnership with the school district to offer programs in our high school and adult students that will be for the betterment of our entire community. Ms. Andrews, the Glades Readiness Roundtable, and different groups across the county have been in conversations for years about what we can do together. I had the privilege of speaking to Dr. Parker's board yesterday, and at this time I'd like to give her a few minutes to address our board to talk about our partnership. Thank you, Dr. Parker.
Good evening. It is a pleasure to have the opportunity to come and stand before you. I feel like I'm talking to a group of my friends as I've worked so closely with you guys over the last 4 years. So believe it or not, I'm ending my 4th year here as the president of Palm Beach State College. You know, what's interesting, and it has been a fast 4 years, is that I probably feel like one issue that has been very consistent is, you know, what is it that we should do about the education of our adults and vocational training here within the county. I feel like I've had individual meetings with many of you as you've tried to say, you know, what is it, you know, we've been talking about this for years. You know, it seems that there have been so many obstacles that have been in the way. Why is it that we can't come together and have a real conversation and figure out how to do this? So while maybe it didn't always seem like it, I can certainly tell you that I always listened and that I understood how important this issue was, not just to you as board members and not just to Dr. Fenoy as the leader of our school district, but just to our county and our community, because there's a concern that we had needs that were not being met. And while I understand, if I look back at the records, and I get it, that this, it seems ideal that as a college and because we have vocational training, it would make sense that we would offer the training for adults. But I also understand that there are other opportunities because everybody wasn't being reached. And there had to be a way to get this done, and I had to believe that. I think I'm smart. I know Dr. Fenoy is smart, and better yet, we have smarter people that work for us. That there would be a way for us to figure out how to get this done and everybody win. And more importantly, not just that the school district wins or not just that Palm Beach State wins, but that our community would ultimately win from our collective thoughts. So I'm pleased that after 4 years of conversations, and that's just between us, not to mention the ones that you guys have had way before I even got here, I think that we're at a point where we can say that we are prepared to enter into an agreement and understand that it is a living document. That is that we think that if we continuously talk, that we can continue to come up with resolutions that work so that we in turn can find ways and programs that make sense for the school district to provide, programs that it makes sense for the college to provide, and more importantly, programs that we should provide together. That is, how is it that we can take the resources that we have in front of us, that at some point it is that the district uses them, some point we use them. How is it that if we have faculty who are trained in an area and you have materials, why can't we find a way for those faculty to come into those school districts or into those school buildings and provide those services? And so while all that sounds easy, it's been real hard. Yeah. And it's been difficult to break down barriers and get folks to understand that, you know, it may look like folks have ulterior motives, but really the motive has always been what's the best way to provide the service to those folks who need it most within our community. So that's why I'm so proud to say that we are at a point where we feel like we are, you know, very close to entering into our partnership agreement, that we understand that this is so important because if you pay attention to what's happening in Tallahassee, they are ready to start telling people what to do. And I feel like we're ahead of the curve because we've already thought about what makes sense for our community. And I think in turn we'll become the model for how it is that school districts and state colleges and community colleges should work together for the betterment of their community. I think it is a way to provide additional access. I think it's a way to avoid duplication of very limited resources. And I think that it's because we have a commitment to a continuous dialogue that we'll be thinking out of the box and providing innovative ways to actually meet the needs of our community. So I've said to many of you individually that you have my commitment to ensure that I work on this and that we get it right. So I'm standing here today to say I'm continuously committed to something that I think that is evolving, but know that I feel we're close enough that some really positive things are about to happen, and I'm so pleased to have the opportunity to work so closely with Dr. Fennoy to get it done. I appreciate the fact that Donald was before my board on yesterday and made a very similar statement, and I made the commitment to come and make this statement to you today. I'm looking forward to working with you and know that great things are about to happen within Palm Beach County, greater things. We already have great things happening. So greater things are about to happen because of the partnership agreement that we're entering into as really two of the largest providers within our county. That's what I want to say about that, and that's really important. But I can't sit down without saying thank you so much, because I have kids within the school district, and that's probably most important. I'm so pleased that I have 2 fourth graders now who are at Panther Run Elementary School. We're in Marsh's district, and I was so pleased she could see Parker at church on Sunday whenever he stood there in front of the church and read, and I said, this is a product of our school system, and particularly a product of Panther Run Elementary, which is one of the schools in your district. So just know I so appreciate the work that you do, and I'm so depending upon you to get it right, because I so believe in public schools and the difference that they make in the community. I couldn't think of any place else to put Parker and Bailey, because I believe any place else they would go, it would not be a quality academic experience as what they could actually receive here in Palm Beach County, particularly under your leadership and the leadership of Dr. Fennoy. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and looking forward to great, great things to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Parker, and please let your board know I really appreciate just how cordial they were to me and so receptive to our conversation yesterday, and let's go to work. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Board comments, Mrs. McQuinn.
Yes, sir. I've totally revised my comments, but they all come back to graduations. I know it seems like it was years ago, but I think it was just a month and a half that we started them. But I'll end up with I'm just integrating other comments now into graduation. So first, thank you, Dr. Parker. I have not had the opportunity to meet and talk with you individually, but in North County at the North Campus, I have had opportunities to work with Dr. Coleman, provost in North County. So that's been wonderful, which leads me to now, I'm not singling out any of these appointments. Well, I am, but not because one is more important than the other. It's just, let me start with Mr. Ford, who is going to be continuing the good work at Indian Ridge. You know, I listened to him, and I understand that he has been around about as long as Mr. Shaw, Mrs. Andrews, and myself in Palm Beach County. He goes way back, too. And I so appreciate that commitment because, and so that leads me to Mr. Henry's new appointment to virtual. I went to the virtual, several board members. We were like dedicated to the smaller schools that don't get all the recognition. And the virtual school graduation was wonderful. What we do for kids, I had no idea, as long as I have been in this district, the incredible kids that we graduate through virtual education. Some because of just personal needs, they might be health or whatever, not being adjusted to a regular school, they do better online. But we have kids who play sports internationally, so they get their diplomas through virtual. We have students who want to pursue music full time, and so they do virtual. It is amazing. Sometime you ought to look, when we have next year the postings of the graduations, it is so remarkable. And unlike our very large schools, for example, Jupiter High School graduated about, I think it was 1,500 kids, and it was a great graduation. Don't misunderstand me. But you have a school that you're able to put every kid's picture up and see their gratitude statements to their families, and they don't even know each other. It's the first time a lot of them met, but they are the 2019 virtual school graduating class. So that brings in Mr. Henry and Mr. Ford. Another wonderful piece that came about tonight is, Mr. Henry virtual, yeah, okay. Now going to Mr. Ford at Royal Palm School, I have all this in my head. Royal Palm School graduate. Am I right about that? I'm wrong.
Indian
Ridge. That's okay, because we went there too. I have drawn arrows. I'm the math teacher, remember? Okay. Indian Ridge. That graduation was remarkable. And I'm thinking, oh, we can never let this principal go. And yet, here comes somebody who has that same passion for these kids. And they graduate them up to 22 years old, and nobody ever gave up on them. And this is something we do in Palm Beach County. So that's another wonderful thing. Now let me move to Mrs. Issa, who's somewhere in the room. I actually met Mrs. Issa when she was an assistant principal. And so again, we go way back too. But this morning I was at a Families First board meeting, and our CEO, Julie Swindler, was bragging about June Issa and saying all she did was call and say, may I get an appointment about these upcoming grants? And June made it happen. So there's that piece. Dr. Sheffield, I ran into her in the hall, I think it was yesterday, and I've known her a long time too. And I said, okay, I've been holding this curriculum thing in the back of my mind for several months. And so I told her what it was, and she said, oh, I'm so on that. And she told me what they were doing. So I am telling you and then Mr. Saltzman, Dr. Saltzman, when I knew him, I know him now, but when I knew him on a more daily basis, he was Mr. Saltzman, and he was an assistant principal at Lake Worth Middle School. So I'm telling you, to see all this talent, it is so amazing to me, which now I have to thank Dr. Fenoy, who's left the room. Oh, no. All right. You can always count on me for comic relief, but I have my arrows here. Okay. Thank you for recognizing and insisting that the talent that we have in Palm Beach County is worthy of these leadership positions. I so appreciate your doing that. Thank you. I know that's your commitment. And so one more graduation. I'm almost through. Wait. Adult education. Folks, incredible, our adult education graduations and the scholarships that they have. Number one to FAU, tons to Palm Beach State. We're doing a really good job with populations that we don't recognize often enough. So thank you for listening.
Mrs. McQuinn, I think it's understandable that your eyesight and your memory is a little rusty. I think between you, Mr. Ford, Mr. Shaw, and Mrs. Andrews, you have a combined 200 years of experience in the district. Mrs. Whitfield, you're next.
I don't know how I can follow all that. Thank you. I have a few things. First thing I wanted to say just really quickly was Dr. Parker and Dr. Fenoy, I think this is going to be your legacy. I think what you've done here is really very impressive, and I want to personally thank you for this work. I mean, just to see the collaboration, it really is just a wonderful thing, and so I really want to personally thank both of you for figuring this out, because this has been a challenge for us here in Palm Beach County. And also like to thank Rachel Bonlaren, who's here with us today, because I know she had a lot to do with the work that happened, and also all of our staff that has been involved here at the district. We had quite a few of them, and it was just a beautiful thing. So huge thank you to you guys. Okay, a couple of things I wanted to mention. These graduations were amazing. They were beautiful, and a few people really need to be specifically recognized for this. The first two I want to recognize are Dr. Fenoy and our chairman, Frank Barbieri, who showed up to every single graduation. And I don't understand how Mr. Barbieri did it. I was exhausted from the amount that I did, and he was there. He was a little blurry-eyed by the end, but he did a really, really good job. Dr. Fenoy, we actually pay you to do that, but I don't think we pay Mr. Barbieri as much. So to be able to pull that off, I want to thank both of them for pulling that off, and the amount of work it took to do that, and how many times he had to listen to Dr. Fenoy's speech over and over again. I know he could do it by himself if he needed to. The other two people I think we really need to thank are Officer Sal Longo, who was there at every single one of these, and all of the police officers that protected everyone. This was our first year wanding people as they came in. Thousands and thousands, I think we 14,000 students graduated. All of their respective families and friends showed up, and everyone was safe. It was just a beautiful thing. So I'd like to thank Officer Longo and all of the staff that were there. Too many police officers to mention. And then, of course, our own Eric Stern, who I think he's here in the audience. He makes this go off without a hitch every year. We don't even realize how much work goes into it, and so I'd like to put a huge thank you to those 4 gentlemen and all of the additional staff that were there for the huge amount of work that they did to really graduate so many children successfully here in the district, and a big congratulations to all of the children who did graduate. So if you would help me in congratulating all of them, I'd really appreciate it. Okay, 2 quick things with my last 30 seconds. Dr. Fenoy mentioned the summer break spots where we have so many children that are able to eat lunch for free throughout the school district. We have hundreds of locations here in Palm Beach County. It's a partnership between so many different organizations, but majority is the school district and the county providing these locations. They're at libraries, they're at community centers, they're at your schools, and if you want to know where to go to get to them, any child 18 and under can go. If you know a child who's 18 and under, tell them to go. It is free. You don't have to be a resident of the county. You don't have to be a member of our school system. You just have to be under 18 years old and you can go. So people visiting from out of town can be there. You can call 211. You can go to summerbreakspot.org and you can send a text to 877-877. You type food FL in there and it'll let you know what is your location. So every child in the county, doesn't matter if you're poor, rich, or whatever, everyone can go. And then the last thing I want to mention is right now we are about to approve yet another contract with the Racial Equity Institute. And I wanted to put a plug out there for all the principals who watch this meeting, and I don't know how you managed to do that, but I would like you to go. I really, really like you to go. I think every principal in this district needs to attend. We spend a lot of money as a board to put that on for you. And I think as a person who's gone through the training now, the really long 2-day version and the short groundwater version, I learn something every time, and it impacts me so much that I want to see our schools be run by people who have been through this training. It is really important to me. So I wanted to let you know they are coming up. I asked Dr. Robinson, who spearheaded this effort and really has been the brainchild behind it, if there was space. She says there is upcoming space in these. So please, if you're a principal, there are sessions over the summer. Consider going. I think it's important for all of our children that you have this view in the back of your mind in every single thing you do in our district. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Brill?
Thank you. And so tonight I'm going to talk about 2 areas that I am very passionate about. I'll start off by addressing Dr. Parker and Dr. Fenoy by saying I am so excited about your collaboration, but I want to put something on your radar. Adults with disabilities. And the reason that I'm mentioning that is that when our adults with disabilities go to vocational rehabilitation and they sit down to do a plan for their education for vocational work, they are told that there's nothing for them in Palm Beach County, and they're sent to Broward County to Atlantic Tech. So I know that you have to get your plans in place, but put that in the back of your mind as you think out of the box, because we have a large population that we can serve. And these are people who are some of our best employees. And so I would love to see us work together on opportunities for them. But I am over the top excited that we are going to be making plans to serve all of our adults in our county. So thank you. And the other item that I wanted to address, we're going to hear later, we're going to be honoring some educators. But Mr. Barbieri and I attended FAU's dinner honoring this year's Gutterman Family Exemplary Holocaust Educators. And so tonight we are going to be honoring my very good friend, Nancy Mensch, Mary Ellen Riccini, and Carolina Simon. And I'm mentioning this because you've heard me say this in our board meetings before. Anti-Semitism is on the rise. It's a fact. It's national. It's all over. It's in our county. And now more than ever, Holocaust education is so, so very important. It's a documented fact. We have to keep educating everybody because we can never let those atrocities occur again. So I just want to say thank you for all that you do in educating our students. And have a good night.
Thank you. Mrs. Andrews?
And thank you and good afternoon. And I do need a little extra time because I have so many special things to say tonight. First of all, I want to say that we've just returned from Tampa, most of us right here on this school board, where we go twice a year to learn about how to be the best school board members. We go in June and we go in December. And we also work with our legislative issues. It was a great week. We get a chance to dialogue with other school board members from across the state. We work with other leaders from across the state. And it's so enjoyable and worthwhile, so we can bring that information back here. And I, too, want to thank Palm Beach State College. We've been working a long time with the Glades Career Readiness Roundtable, Palm Beach State College, since I've been on this school board. And to see the progress that we have made, and we're really getting really close to all those things we've been working to do. Peter Licata, Keith Oswald, Attorney Danya Roberts, who is the chairman of our roundtable, the Tri-City Education Committee, Palm Beach State College, and our business partnerships. We've been at it. And so Dr. Fennoy has actually now pulled it together with Dr. Parker to get where we need to go. It's so exciting to know that we're going to have these programs at the college and at the schools. That's going to take care of our students as well as our adults. So kudos for this wonderful work, and I can see great things. I've seen them all along, but we're now at another level, so thank you. And I want to also say we just had our annual Transportation Department picnic. Wanda Paul, you were there. I saw you with that cap on. It was fabulous. It really was fabulous. You were there with your family. I want to thank Shane Searchwall and all of the members of the Transportation Administration Department, because this was a picnic at John Prince Park where we had pretty close to 300 to 400 of our employees, our bus drivers, our attendants, our transportation helpers, our mechanics, just everybody that works in the Transportation Department. And they were able to bring their families, their husbands, their wives, their children, their babies, their grandparents. Everybody was out there. It was so much fun and so much enjoyment. We ate. We had fun playing. We had face painting. It was truly a wonderful time. And as all of us look at summer, it's a time for us to take some moments out to go to the beach, go to the park, and celebrate our successes throughout the year. I know we're on the 10-hour days here, but you've got that Friday, and I'm sure you can take a little time in between to refresh yourself, to revitalize yourself as you work hard for children each and every single day. And then I want to tell you, having worked in this school district as the Chief of Human Resources and a recruiter for so long, and I see all of my products. When I look at it and I see Dr. Sheffield and I see Mr. Ford, yes, we all started out at the trailer over on Belvedere. Many of you may be too young to remember, but when I started with this school district, we operated out of the trailer over there. And some of the people that we recruited are still here. And I'm so proud when I see all of the recruiting initiatives that we did paid off because we retained the top talent. We truly have top talent here in Palm Beach County, and I can attest to that by being a leader and bringing it back. So I'm always so proud. But tonight I want to spend a minute, just a quick another minute to say to Dr. Salzman, stand up, Dr. Salzman. Stand right up where you are. Stand up. Stand up. I want to tell you, I found him in 1989. I really did. At Florida State University in Tallahassee. He was wandering around wanting to know, where am I going to get a job? Where to go? And I looked at him and I says, there's only one place to go, and that's in Palm Beach County. And I says, I see your credentials look very good. I see your references, your transcripts. You're ready. And I brought him back home, and I brought him back home to Juanita Lampe. Some of you will remember her. She was the principal at Loggers Run Middle School. And she says, Miss Andrews, do you have somebody great for me? And I says, yes, I have Ian Salzman, who's coming there to teach special education for you at your school. And he started there, and I've just seen him just develop like a butterfly. He's been everywhere. North Grade Elementary School, Lake Worth Middle School, Carver. They called him to go to Palm Beach Central when it first opened because we had a few issues there. We said, we know the man that can take care of it. We called Dr. Salzman. Then he was on the transformation team. He was out in the Glades. He was everywhere with Frank Rodriguez and all of them, working with Glades Central, Pahokee, moving it. And then I saw him sitting right here as a director and then a region superintendent, and now you're flying away to your own position as the superintendent of schools in Everett, Washington. I love you, Dr. Salzman. Do well. Love goes to you. Thank you.
Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. I can't even follow that. So all I'll say is, Salzman, you know, I know some of those FSU stories, right? Okay, all right. I'm gonna just leave that alone. And I will not. I can't go through everybody. Let me say ditto. How about that? Ditto. Because otherwise, Frank is going to try to do the clock on me. And I know how this works, see? And I have to get in my Black History facts. So many of you know that at every month's board meeting, except in February, I give a Black History fact. A couple months ago, I converted from Black History facts to sharing books. So I want to tell you a little story before I share the book. So about 16 years ago, we proudly visited our son at Hampton University. Now, us Howard people, we refer to it as the other HU, but the Hampton Pirates sometimes refer to Hampton as their home by the sea. Hampton University is a HBCU, which is nestled on the banks of the Virginia Peninsula near the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay. Business majors at Hampton take sailing, golf, and tennis in addition to their hardcore academics. But all freshmen at Hampton take Hampton 101, the history of the university. So our son proudly took us on a tour of the campus, pointing out very important sites and the stories behind them, including Emancipation Oak. This oak tree was the site where Mary Peak taught freed blacks, mulattoes, and Africans that were escaping from slavery to read, contrary to law at the time. Later, this oak tree was the site of the first Southern reading of the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863. But I want to note that we celebrate on this day, June 19th, Juneteenth, which commemorates this day in 1865, 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed. This was the day that Major General Gordon Granger landed in Galveston, Texas, to announce the end of slavery. Nevertheless, the point here is the importance of knowing your history and how your people contributed. So when I returned from Hampton, the school district held a groundbreaking for Pleasant City Elementary, which was next door to Pleasant City Heritage Gallery, where Miss Every Clark Jimerson salvaged the historic artifacts of that community. I had hoped that we would write Pleasant City 101. That hasn't happened. But on that note, I want to share 2 books. So the first book, is Carleen Millen back there? The first book is Bronze Pillars, the oral history of African Americans in Flint, Michigan, our hometown. Many of the people in this book are part of my story, including my dad, Attorney C. Frederick Robinson, who's mentioned in several places. In addition, and I really want to show you pictures, but I'm not coordinated enough to do that. But anyway, and then there's Mrs. Spencer on page 72, who was a librarian that gave me books for my birthday and Christmas, and I could not stand her. But I thank her now, right? I get the importance of it now. Back then, I just didn't understand this woman. But anyway, then there was Dr. Fred Waller, the pharmacist who lived around the corner, who was the owner of the drugstore down the street where I bought my penny candy. Miss Helen Harris on page 104, who grew up with my dad in High Point, North Carolina, became the first black school board member in Flint, Michigan. That's when I was in high school. As well as many social justice warriors, including Reverend L.C. Robbs, my childhood pastor, who used his pulpit to create change for the better. So this book, Bronze Pillars, helps to remind me who I am, and I proudly share this book with my sons so that they learn some of the many shoulders on which they stand. Now, the second book I want to share, because I'm going to do 2 books every month, so just get ready. The second book is Like a Mighty Banyan. So this book contains Palm Beach County's Black history. Many of you know this book. Of course, it includes Mr. S.D. Spady, and Mr. C. Spencer Pompey. But from this book, I learned that Mr. Pompey was the principal of Washington Elementary School in Riviera Beach when he became the first president of the Palm Beach County Teachers Association to provide protective support for black educators. On page 18, it discusses Charles H. Stebbins et al. Versus Palm Beach County Board of Public Instruction. This case came after the board raised the salaries for white teachers but not black teachers. It was the first class action lawsuit of its kind in the United States and provided part of the legal basis for other suits in federal court, including the famous Brown versus Board. This book also tells the story of attorney William Holland Sr., the first black attorney in Palm Beach County and the one that sued Palm Beach County schools to desegregate. This building, in fact, is named after him. And of course, the book shows Dr. T. Leroy Jefferson, the first black physician in Palm Beach County and the namesake of the local black medical society. Dan Hendricks, the first black school board members here, Sam Wright, the first black Boynton Beach City Commissioner, Eva Mack, the first black mayor in West Palm Beach, and Bobby E. Brooks, who was the first black mayor of Riviera Beach, whose son is now one of our principals. So, and I've recently received a copy of a document on the history of Riviera Beach written by a panel of citizens. I've not yet read it, but I do have permission to share it with our education leaders here. So I say all this to say that I hope, I pray, that we have finally reached a point where we will have the students research their history, their family, their block, their community. It's extremely important. Many people have no understanding of the historic greatness of the black community. There's no comprehension as to what happened to the black community. I hope you know about Black Wall Street. And I want our students to know that there were Black Wall Streets throughout this country, including Palm Beach County, including 3rd and Rosemary, where my husband grew up, with black physicians, black pharmacists, black businessmen, up and down the street, a wealthy, thriving community. Well, what happened, right? And then if we do this, if we encourage our students to research the history that pertains to them, right, then all our children will know that they contributed and they will work hard to add their personal contribution in the future. Local history, I'm looking at my CAO and my deputy, okay? Local history is important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you very much. It was really interesting and really a valuable experience tonight to see the new leadership that we have coming into the district, but also to recognize those who are leaving us. And Dr. Salzman, I wish you the best. And if it gets too cold out in Washington, I think you already got an invitation. This is still home. I do want to recognize two of the people that were recognized tonight because I've worked with them very closely over the years. Mrs. Wetzel mentioned that we go back a long time, but it's really a pleasure. And also Valerie Haynes, who I've worked with. It really is reassuring as a board member to see the new leadership that we have coming in and the opportunities that this district has to move forward with this kind of new leadership. So I wish all of them the very best, all the new principals and the area people. Everybody talked about graduations, and graduations were something, and I think Mrs. Woodfield mentioned Mr. Stern, but for all of the people that attended graduations and had absolutely no idea what was going on behind the scenes, if it was not for the work that Officer Longo and Eric Stern put into making those graduations so successful, there's no way that any of us can say thank you to them that even begins to express the work. Eric was putting in 15, 16, 17-hour days for 3 straight weeks, and it certainly is appreciated. Last week, we were at the Florida School Boards Association, meeting, and one of the things that I wanted to report to the board as a result of that is that I serve as the chair of the trustees of the Florida Educational Investment Trust. But it has a new name. You will be now seeing anything coming. It's now called Florida Palm, and PALM means Public Agency Liquidity Management. The fund was started back in 2010 as a way for school districts to invest money and have a regular flow of return and investments. But over the years, it's grown, and a decision was made by the trustees to expand it to allow any governmental agency to invest their money. I was a little overwhelmed last week when we had our trustees meeting because that fund has grown. We have two parts to it. One of them is the long-term investment, but also we created a term program. We have now, I think, 25 school districts and 40 or so different other agencies that are involved. And it's really a pleasure to be able to announce that the investment fund has now $1.7 billion that's in the regular investment pool and $1.1 billion that's in the term. So a little group that started 10 years ago has now grown into a fund that we're really, really pleased with and has been so beneficial to our school district and others. And I have to say thank you to Leanne Evans, who is our school district's treasurer, because she serves on the advisory committee and has done an amazing job. So with that, everybody enjoy your summer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. So, board members, my report is attached to the agenda, and you all have a copy. So I won't spend the time to go over that. We don't have a lot of time to do that, but I do want to cover just a couple things quickly. First of all, Dr. Saltzman, I really never thought of you as a butterfly, but when I picture you flying off to Washington, I'm going to see this, I guess. So it's been great having you down in the South region in District 5. I mean, I don't know how we're going to. You've been such a great help in dealing with, my parents are a little difficult in District 5, and you've done a great job of helping calm down situations. So I'm going to miss you a lot, and I hope, I know Mr. Summer will be able to fill your shoes well, but we're going to miss you down there. So thank you for all the years of service and what you helped get done in my district, District 5. So good luck to you and to Robin and your kids when you get out there. So, and keep a room open because I said I'm coming to visit. So. Mr. Capitano, are you still here? Is he still here somewhere? He left. Okay, so I promise I won't bother him too much, Dr. Fenoy, but next year my grandson, my best buddy, is an incoming freshman at West Boca High School, so I promise I won't bother him too much, but he's got...
Is that why Craig
left?
Applied?
Mr. Summer flew out when he saw my grandson coming in. So Mr. Capitano will, I'm sure he'll do a great job at West Boca. And Mr. Summer, thank you for taking that school to new heights. You did a great job there, and I'm glad you're still going to be down there in the South region. As Mrs. Whitfield spoke earlier, I did attend a lot of the graduations at the fairgrounds, and it was really a lot of fun. I've never attended that many before, and I got to spend the entire day there because there wasn't time to, when you get there at 7 in the morning, to be there, in time to get there before the parking lot is crazy and the traffic, and then you don't leave until after the last graduation at the end of the day. There was no time to go anywhere else. So I got to spend the whole day there, many days, and during those days that I was there, I spent a lot of time with our police officers, met all of the new officers. I guess all the new officers got stuck with the duty out there, so they got sworn in one day, and the next day they were out there, and they all did a great job. But especially, and I know that his name has been mentioned already, and Major Makowski, but Sal Longo. I mean, between you two guys, I mean, you're the finest. In my opinion, you're the finest examples of the professionalism that this board expects from our own police department. So thank you. Is Sal here? Mr. Longo, you're here? So he's not here tonight. So I want to thank the two of you. Joe Griffin of Hurst Jones. At every graduation, I saw you come to the rescue of many of our graduates who, as typical teenagers, forgot something that they needed. Sometimes it was their robe. their tassel, their cords. One young lady broke her shoe, and a young man who forgot his shirt. And your kindness to our students certainly didn't go unnoticed. And I thank you for all you do each year to help make our graduations a success. And I know his name has been mentioned several times. Eric, are you here in the room, Mr. Stern? Would you stand up, please? Eric got there in the morning before it was even daylight, because I got there some mornings when it just was coming to be daylight, and he was already there probably for an hour before I got there. He left at the end of the day. I left sometimes with him at the end of the day. Sometimes he left after me, but the last thing he did was check the restrooms to make sure they were clean and the chairs were lined up and the floor was clean, so the graduation for the next morning when he got there at 4 a.m., he didn't have to do that. So you did a great job, Eric. Many years ago, when we first moved the graduations from the convention center to the fairgrounds, I asked the superintendent back then. I don't remember if it was Superintendent Johnson, Dr. Johnson, or it was Mr. Gent, but I asked him to assign you there because I thought you would do a great job. I know you never failed to remind me that I gave you a life sentence, and I apologize for that. I told him that it's till death do us part, and I probably will die before him, so we're in good shape on that one. But Eric, you never fail to rise to the occasion, to take care of all the things out there, and I'm sure no one in the district could do a better job than you at the graduation. So thank you on behalf of the school board for all you do. And as Mr. Shaw said, nobody knows what goes on behind the scenes unless I spent the whole day there with you, so I got to see what you deal with respect to everybody complaining, not enough tickets, the traffic's a mess, they can't get through the gate. I mean, there's no chairs for them. I saw it, and you dealt with all that craziness every single day for days on end, so thank you for everything you did. I direct the board's attention to my report, and if you look at a couple other things, I'm not going to cover them tonight, but as you know, I was contacted by principal leadership a while back about what they perceive as problems with the Inspector General policy as it relates to what HR and the Superintendent's authority on investigations. I met with Mr. Chu, and I also met with the General Counsel, and I asked them to work together to take a look at what can be done to fix the policies so that we can. It's a little more. Works a little better together with eliminating some of the due process considerations, and so if you all would give some thought to the policy, so that when we get to this workshop in July on the Inspector General, you're prepared to talk about some things you think should be changed in the policy. And if you want to meet with Mr. Chu and Mrs. Rico before that to get some ideas on what they think should be changed, especially Mrs. Rico's taking a look at that, I'd appreciate if you do it. I did meet with Mr. Chu and Ms. McBride, and then I met with Mrs. Rico, and we discussed those issues. The other thing is, I at Mrs. Andrews' request, and we didn't break sunshine because we didn't talk about anything we're going to vote on, she asked me if I would go out and tour Pahokee High School, and I did. And I realized why she had asked me to go there, although she didn't tell me why. The school was, and I met with Mrs. Paul, and I brought to her attention, I mean, in my opinion, it's substandard. Those children out there don't deserve the way that school is. They have probably no idea what a school looks like in Boca Raton, but that school nowhere compares to a school in Boca Raton, and I think those children deserve the same thing the children on the coast get in their schools. So I brought a lot of issues to her attention. She's assured me that she's going to get her staff out there to look at it before school starts, and I promised Mr. Denard, the principal out there, who's a fine principal and has all kinds of great ideas, that I would come back in August and take another look at the school, and hopefully it'll be in much better shape than it is currently. So I thank you, Ms. Paul, for giving your attention to that. And with that, I think we've completed all board comments. So at this point, Ms. Neka Nolim from the Communications Engagement Department will join us for the June board presentations.
Good evening, Mr. Board Chair, board members, superintendent and staff, and community members. This evening, we have 6 presentations, and everyone please visit our website at palmbeachschools.org, click on School Board, then Board Meetings for photos from tonight's meeting. We begin with a recognition of one of our students, Magali Diaz Perez, an 8th grade student at Howell L. Watkins Middle School, who was designated as a Palm Beach County Do the Right Thing Challenge Student Ambassador. The challenge is a program administered in middle schools in the county. More than 30,000 writing submissions were entered into the essay contest, which narrowed the entries to 5 girls and 5 boys, whose essays best answered the following 3 questions. How has youth violence affected my life? What is the cause of youth violence? And what can I do to reduce youth violence? After the students completed a face-to-face interview, a panel of judges selected the student ambassador they felt would best represent Palm Beach County and Washington, D.C. this summer. As such, congratulations to Magali Diaz Perez for being named the Girl Ambassador in the Palm Beach County Do the Right Thing Challenge. Let's give her a round of applause. And we also want to acknowledge Bill Bone and Brian Labadie from the Lamoille and Bone Law Firm for their support and collaboration. Thank you so much. Next, we want to recognize the recipients of the Florida Future Educators of America Scholarship. The competitive scholarship program was implemented to help the school district to grow its own teachers. Qualified high school seniors and non-instructional employees interested in becoming teachers are eligible to apply. Scholarships of $1,500 per year for a maximum of 5 consecutive years are awarded. All applicants submitted an essay and participated in an interview. This evening, we want to celebrate the 7 recipients of this year's scholarships and congratulate them on a job well done and wish each of them the best of luck as they embark on this very important career path. To the recipients that are here, please come forward as I call your name. Congratulations to Adishard Serlis from Glades Central Community High School, Maria Do Carmo Ruggieri from Omni Middle School, Valentina Felizola from William T. Dwyer High School, Sarah Jean Baptiste from Boynton Beach Community High School, Emily Morey from Seminole Ridge Community High School, Heather Verlsteffen from Watson B. Dunkel Middle School, and Alexandra Whittington, also from Seminole Ridge Community High School. Let's give them a round of applause. Next, we want to recognize Ms. Sherry Bedwell, a case manager in the Department of Adult and Community Education. She received the Expanded Food and Nutrition Education Program Award from the University of Florida. The award recognizes individuals who have significantly contributed to county programming. Sherry has led the adult school-based nutrition education programs that include educational components such as classroom instruction by teachers, nutrition education curricula, and peer training, as well as environmental components such as healthy meals, healthy snacks, and fruit and vegetable taste tests. The adult nutrition education program filters through the district's adult students to provide a positive impact on K-12 students. Congratulations to Sherry Bedwell for receiving the Expanded Food and Nutrition Education Program Award. And next we will be recognizing One Blood, a not-for-profit community asset responsible for providing safe, available, and affordable blood to more than 200 hospital partners and their patients throughout most of Florida and into parts of Georgia, Alabama, and South Carolina. One Blood distributes more than 1 million blood products annually, operates more than 80 donor centers, and deploys nearly 200 of its signature Big Red buses throughout its service area for blood drives. The Education Assistance and Scholarship Program is a collaboration between One Blood and the district that allows students and faculty to give back to the community in a personal and profound way. As a result of that collaboration, OneBlood is here to present the school district with a check in the amount of $140,720. This generous donation enriches the educational experiences for students, teachers, as well as staff, and we are grateful to OneBlood for this support. At this time, we'd like to acknowledge Ms. Sandra Lester from OneBlood, Michael Rogers, Senior Vice President of Donor Operations and Marketing, and Ashley Herman. Let's give them a big round of applause. Now we want to recognize Ms. Nancy Mensch and Mary Ellen Riccici, who were recently honored as 2018 Gutterman Family Exemplary Holocaust Educators. The award is given by Florida Atlantic University's Center for Holocaust and Human Rights and recognizes educators from elementary through high school who have demonstrated a positive impact on their schools and the wider community within the field of Holocaust, genocide, and human rights education. The Center for Holocaust and Human Rights will fund a 2-week trip to Israel and Poland for the award recipients, beginning on June 30th. Ms. Nancy Mensch is an ESOL resource teacher at Egret Lake Elementary, and she has been with the district for 13 years. Mary Ellen Riccici is an 8th grade U.S. history teacher at Independence Middle School, and she has been with the district for 7 years. Congratulations to Nancy Mensch and Mary Ellen Riccici for being named 2018 Gutterman Family Exemplary Holocaust Educators. Let's give them a round of applause. And finally this evening, we are recognizing the school and department incentive winners from this year's Employee One Giving campaign. The annual charitable campaign allows district employees to support the community by making donations to 4 nonprofit organizations: the Education Foundation, the Florida Future Educators of America, the United Negro College Fund, and the United Way of Palm Beach County. All told, the district raised almost $200,000 in support of these charities. We put out a challenge to the district, pledging to recognize the school and department who had the highest participation level of the campaign. Jupiter Farms Elementary School took the crown for the highest level of employee participation among schools, and the Exceptional Student Education Department was the winner with the highest level of employee participation amongst administrative departments. Jupiter Farms and the ESE department were treated to a catered luncheon, courtesy of 2J's Restaurant, and so we want to thank 2J's for their support. It's a wonderful message that we send to our community when we come together to help those less fortunate. So great job to everyone who donated. And congratulations to Jupiter Farms Elementary School and the ESE department. So we'd like to acknowledge the principal at Jupiter Farms, Ms. Suzanne Machuela, and Kevin McCormick, the director of the ESE department. And we also want to acknowledge the nonprofit organizations for their collaboration. Thank you to the Education Foundation, the Florida Future Educators of America, the United Negro College Fund, and the United Way of Palm Beach County. Mr. Board Chair, board members, superintendent and staff, and members of the community, this concludes the presentations for June. The Communications and Engagement Department invites you to visit the district website at palmbeachschools.org to learn about all the great things happening in our schools, as well as our departments and communities. Make sure to follow us on social media, available in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. And we also encourage you to download our mobile app in Google Play or from the App Store. Search for School District of Palm Beach County in either store. Thank you, everyone, for your attention this evening, and have a good night.
At each board meeting, we recognize those of our employees who have passed away recently, so I'd like to take a moment to do that. Gabriella Marino, teacher elementary at Palm Springs Elementary School. She was born in 1967 and she died in 2019. Mary Testa, a teacher of vocational business education at Palm Beach Gardens High, was born in 1956 and she died April 20th, 2019. And David Tiddens, a carpenter with Facility Services, born in 1957, died May 3rd, 2019. If we could take a moment silence to remember these employees of ours who we lost and their families. Thank you. committee reports. Do we have an audit committee report tonight? Mr. Quirk, the audit committee report is attached. Construction Oversight Review Committee, Mr. Doctor.
Good evening, Chairman Barbieri, board members, Superintendent Finney. My name is Lou Doctor. I'm here representing your Construction Oversight Review Committee called CORC. We met on June 13th. We had a quorum of 8 people when we started the meeting, and then 2 more joined, so we ended up with 10 members there. It was the most unusual CORC meeting I've ever attended. We had 30 guests there. We had standing room only, which is the first time. We meet in your facility up in Riviera Beach, which is very well set up for our CORC meetings. But we had standing room only. I think the good news was all our guests were representative of architects and contractors that do business with the school and are working hand in glove with your staff as we start the 45-day cycle to get as much work done as we can over the summer period. So it was a great meeting, and I think they learned what we do, and I think they had a good time at the meeting. Moving on, under your consent agenda 14, Building Code Services, the BCS1 Comprehensive Safety Report, we recommended to go forward by a vote of 9-0. It's a snapshot in time of all the safety analysis that take place in the school, and it shows good improvement. However, with the funds that are now being made available, we can fix some long-term issues that we've never had the resources to do before. So next year's report ought to be amazing compared to the work that's currently going on. For example, we didn't have ADA requirements when some of these facilities were built, and now we can take care of those problems. Under facility construction, FC1, FC2, and FC3, we recommended they all go forward on consent. FC2 had a significant scope change. They returned $256,000 to the accounts of the budget due to a revision in the scope of work. Under purchasing construction, there were 6 items that CORC reviewed, actually 7 items. The first one was pre-qual vendors. We approved 1 new pre-qual vendor and recommended he go forward along with 6 renewal vendors. The rest of them were PC2 on Acreage Pines, PC3 on SD Spady, PC4 on Carver Community Middle School, PC5 on Egret Lakes Elementary School, and PC6 on Seminole Ridge. We recommended they all go forward. 2 questions came up in the course of the discussion. One was how we reconcile vendors who've taken exception or made changes to the scope of work they were given. And the staff's response was very good. They said they recognize that when they go over the details, they may have questions that they can't answer or weren't available at a particular time. They highlighted them so they wouldn't forget them in the course of doing the work, and that they expect all the problems will be worked out to the satisfaction of everybody as this construction goes on. When you open up an old school, you don't know what's behind those walls, and you can get some surprises. So that was a very good conversation. And finally, PC7, West Tech Ed Center remodeling design, that was recommended to go forward on consent. We've been interested in an overview of what we're doing. So to give you a brief summary, there are 5 schools we just approved for the guaranteed max price. Their work can start on those schools. There are 7 more schools that are in process. So your staff is keeping us advised of the big picture, because you can lose track when you hear individual schools and don't understand how it fits into the big picture. Under discussion items, we received a presentation on the coordination that's going on between your school staff, the architects, and the contractors to make sure they're all working together on the same program, the same schedule, the same issues. And that was an excellent presentation. We received a presentation on the Security Summit on school safety. And CORC had a request of the board to consider. We are not interested in delving into the details of the school safety because CORC is an open meeting and the public is invited, and we should be delving into security actions that you're taking to protect the facilities and the schools. So we would ask on behalf of CORC you consider whether you want CORC to play a more active role or just be aware of the activities that are going on. Third item is we received an excellent presentation on the Department of Business Diversity, including the qualification, certification, and tracking system they use. The firm program balances firm size and awards. So awards that are given to firms that have the capacity to get the work done. It was a super presentation, and we wanted to compliment your staff on the work they've done in that area. And finally, we got an update on an ongoing problem about moisture on floors. Concrete floors tend to absorb moisture and make tile adhesion very difficult. It's been an ongoing problem only in those schools that have elevation problems and drainage problems. Some of them will be fixed by the renovations that are going on. But the staff gave us a good presentation on how do they minimize the work to repair them and make the fix permanent. If you remove the floor, you get a lot of dust. You have to shut down the school. And we don't certainly want to do that, but we don't have the time to do all the schools at the time they have been done. So a number of vendors have come forward with suggestions and ideas, and your staff gave us an update on what they think is the most cost-effective way to do it. As you know, some of the big commercial operators use polished concrete. They don't have to worry about tile and adhesion and moisture and the rest. In other schools, we've had teachers take off their shoes and put on slippers so they don't ruin their good shoes due to water. And that's generally caused by settling of the structures of the school that have been around for so long. The drainage is no longer adequate. So it was a good update. Your staff is on top of it, and we appreciated the briefing that they gave us. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Doctor, and please let the core committee know how much we appreciate it. You guys have tons of work to do now that all this building is going on, so we appreciate all the hard work and time.
Well, since you brought up the subject, there were, as I've mentioned before, there were 1,400 pages of backup, but we are not complaining. The contracts that your staff generates are very well done, and they're very inclusive. The contractors in return did a great job of responding to the guaranteed max price proposals. Their formats are different because each contractor uses a different approach, but the material was excellent. The reason we had no significant questions is they're doing such a great job. They've learned how the school board does business. They understand what's expected of the facility department, and we really have to congratulate the contracts that win the awards. They've done a super job, and we're looking forward to the completion of the work.
Thank you.
So thank you.
That takes us to elected officials and delegate speakers. We'll start with Mr. Gavrilos, President and CEO of Our Education Foundation.
Good evening. Good to see everyone. Before I start, where's the clock? I want to make sure I keep it on. I'm kind of the oddball here for a lot of reasons. I'm neither an educator nor an academician, but I know a thing or two about leadership. And my son, when he was at the Air Force Academy, heard a speech by General Mark Welsh, which is on YouTube, and you should all watch it to see about leadership. And General Welsh challenged the cadets. He said, the essence of leadership is to love and care for those under your command. Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Saltzman, I don't know what kind of a teacher, principal, or supervisor you were, but I know what kind of a leader you were. Dr. Rodriguez stood in the parking lot during Tools for Schools in that broiling sun and personally shook the hand of every one of those 110 schools who came to get school supplies that day. When we published the 9 truckloads of school supplies we got from Office Depot about 2 months ago, I hit the send button, Mr. Barbieri, and before D had hit, I had a phone call from you-know-who, Saltzman. I just picked up the phone. He said, I want some. I said, you want some what? He goes, I want some of the supplies for my teachers. My teachers. I need them for my teachers. Gentlemen, again, I don't know what kind of a teacher or educator you are, but I know what kind of a leader you are. And that's why we at the Education Foundation have no problem saying in front of a room full of people, we love you and we wish you well and nothing but success in your future. We have finished an amazing year. Red Apple Supply Store this year had 588 teachers who comprised 802 shops, and this next number is mind-blowing. I stood before this board in August and said we're projecting to distribute approximately $400,000 in school supplies. Thanks to our partners over at Office Depot and that amazing donation, Dr. Fenoy, Mr. Barbieri, and this school board, we distributed this year alone $610,834.27 worth of school supplies to our Palm Beach County public school teachers. Over 579 volunteers spent 2,383 hours serving our Palm Beach County public school teachers. This is the work of the Education Foundation in a nutshell. We bring this amazing community and we unite it to the most incredible teachers. Again, in summation of our work in 2018, 2019, in addition, over $830,000 in grants from local corporations and foundations were brought through the Education Foundation to the school district. Many of these we've discussed at length in past meetings. The J.P. Morgan Chase grant to support the firefighter initiative, the Jim Moran Foundation grant to support the training of project-based learning teachers, and of course all of our Go Teach grants, $63,000 worth, and all of our CFEF matching grants, $470,000. All told, $830,000 in grants came through the Ed Foundation to your teachers, $610,000 of school supplies, for a total value brought by the foundation to this district of $1,400,000 just in this previous school year. Ladies, we'll take that applause. But it's not about us, and it's not about the Ed Foundation. It's about this amazing community. The business community loves our teachers, they love this district, and they are waiting to support. And I can't wait till the July meeting when I get to tell you what the matching grant program is going to be for the forthcoming year. Oh gosh, I hope this isn't going out over the air, because Tallahassee got it right and they actually increased the amount of funding, so we get to give more money away to our teachers, schools, and principals for the next forthcoming school year. Ladies and gentlemen, we're hard at it with our incredible administrators, with this great school board, with the board of directors of the Education Foundation, our amazing staff, but most especially on behalf of those we serve. We are your Education Foundation, serving the schools, teachers, students, and principals, and the finest school district in the state of Florida.
Thank you. President Charmaine Postal from the Palm Beach County PTA. Is she here? Juan Pagan, President of the Puerto Rican Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Palm Beach County and Florida Hispanic American Chamber of Commerce.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Hola, buenas noches. On behalf of the Puerto Rican Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and the Florida Hispanic American Chamber of Commerce, we would like to say thank you to the board. Thank you, Dr. Finoy. We really appreciate what you're doing. I'm not talking specifically about the Office of African American, Latino, and Gender Studies. Why? Because we're talking about here integrity. We're talking about here fusion. We're talking about, I've been a resident of Palm Beach County for the last 30 years. I have seen many changes in here galore. The changes that are here are not going away. It's going to keep coming. Some of the rough numbers we're looking right now, population of Palm Beach County, 1.6 million people, out of which 31% or maybe 500,000 are Hispanics. Now, the next question is, the Puerto Rican Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, do you have to be Puerto Rican to belong? No. We have everybody, even from Russia, so we have everybody and his mother there. It's about working together. Our main emphasis, education. Why education? Because that's the kind of quality of candidates the employers will be able to take, whether it's a labor or whether it's professional, whether it's a doctor, whether it's a lawyer. It's about working together, and education makes it really hard. That's what it's all about. Also, at the same time, I would like to say thank you for that committee of the, African American Hispanic genders, the 7th Hispanic, Hispanic Latino Studies Summer. That was a great, fantastic show. It was amazing. Now, the other one committee that I belong is the Equity and Disparity Committee. It's something that I enjoy. We talk about being bilingual. And it can bring back memories, and I have to clarify, I went to school in the previous century. And I remember when was mandatory for me to take English and Spanish from first grade all the way to second year of college. I have no choice. I remember when sixth grade, I have to take history of the world, history of the United States, and the history of Puerto Rico, all the way to second year of college. I have no choice. Remember when I went to college, and all my textbooks were in, guess what language? English. And I have no choice. The only ones who had an option was a professor to teach the class in Spanish or English. So, yes, I did have some gringos as teachers, professors, when I was there. And I enjoyed, and it helped me when I was, the draft was still there. So when I was drafted, it helped me, But again, thank you for your support. And especially I want to say thank you to Brian Knowles, Patricia Trejo, Karen Jefferson, Sonia Morgan. Thank you, guys. We appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Davis-Killian from the Gold Coast Down Syndrome Organization. And after that, Mr. Katz, President of the Classroom Teachers Association.
Good evening. Nice to see you all again. It's been quite a while since I've been here, and that is because things are actually going pretty well in the world of special education. I haven't had anything to complain about for a while. And I have to say, after all these really nice speeches, I am so glad I'm not here complaining tonight. We obviously still have a lot of work to do, but we've made a lot of progress. So, and I've always felt that if people want to complain when things aren't going well, that they have a responsibility to speak up when they are going well. And that doesn't always happen. I've been meaning to come here for months to let everybody know that we're making progress and things are going well, but, you know, life gets in the way. So, but I'm happy to report that the Gold Coast Down Syndrome Organization has a really good working relationship with Kevin McCormick and the ESE department. And as you long-timers know, that was not always the case. When issues arise, which they inevitably do, I always know that I can count on Kevin or the regional ESE coordinators, Teresa Pedro Morale, Janice Coe, and Anna Gomez, and also the Glades, but I don't have any people out there. So, but I know I can count on the regional coordinators or Kevin to step in and make sure that the right thing is done, and that's a really nice feeling. So as you all know, my favorite subject is the inclusion of students with disabilities, and we've made progress in that area. I have not had a student in my Down syndrome group be segregated against their wishes in over a year now, so that is really progress. We still have hearts and minds to change, we still have education and training to do, but things are improving. We actually have families in our Down syndrome organization who have moved here from Broward to Palm Beach County because we are light years ahead of Broward County in the subject of inclusion. And that is because this school board many years ago voted for the inclusion plan. And that, yay, yes, that, I tell you, it totally changed education in Palm Beach County for students with disabilities. So I want to thank the school board for that. I want to thank Kevin McCormick and the ESE department for continuing to implement it. And we'll continue working together on that for many years to come, I'm sure. And lastly, I just wanted to close on, I don't know if you all are aware or not, but Gold Coast Down Syndrome Organization and the ESE department have worked together for years now on a program called Exceptional Educators. And this is a program in which we train teachers who currently have a student with Down syndrome in their class. It's an all-day teacher training. We provide the hotel and meals. The ESE department pays for the teacher subs, and together they do part of the training and we do part of the training. And we've trained over 600 or almost 600 teachers over the years, and we always get rave reviews. And I don't think it's just because we give them a hot lunch and warm cookies in the afternoon. But we do want our teachers to know that we appreciate the extra effort that they put in for our students. And I just want to say that this program, which has been so successful and growing every year, is just an example of the magic that can happen when we can all work together with open hearts and open minds. So thank you all.
Ms. Gillian, I want to thank you for coming and taking the time, because you're right. Most of the time, people that come here are not happy with something the administration is doing, so we appreciate that you took the time to tell us that they're doing it right. Thank you. Mr. Katz?
Thank you. And I promise I won't complain about anything either. My name is Justin Katz. I'm the president of the Palm Beach County Classroom Teachers Association. I'll try to be brief. The only thing I really want to talk tonight is we are in the midst of entering all three versions of negotiations that not only the teacher bargaining unit, but some of the other bargaining units are involved in too. We've been involved in our collective bargaining agreement negotiations for a couple months. We've been involved in our GENC, our evaluation negotiations, for a couple months, and also the healthcare agreement expires on January 1st, 2020. So in a couple weeks, we'll start that negotiation as well, which is a collaboration of all the bargaining units bargaining with the district. With regards to healthcare, I'm going to assume that there will be no request for additional costs from anybody because last year we made some significant concessions, so I won't even waste any time talking about healthcare because I assume that the district is going to bring a no-cost increase agreement to the table. That is my hope. With regards to evaluation negotiations that are ongoing, we implemented a number of changes that were negotiated last year, and I think you're going to see the fruit of those changes as it relates to the results of evaluations, which won't be finalized until the student scores in the fall and all that come out. But I think overwhelmingly teachers are satisfied with many of the changes. I think administrators in the district, if you talk to them, like many of the changes and the effect that will take place. There are some kinks that we are working out right now to make sure that everything we put in place actually comes to fruition. So that's kind of the status of evaluation negotiations. And then the last version of negotiations would be the contract itself. In terms of language that's gone from both sides back and forth, I'm not sure where that's going to go. There doesn't seem to be anything overly contentious. We haven't brought up salary, which is obviously one of the biggest components of our negotiations every year, but that will be coming at the next session. The CTA intends to put forward a salary proposal. I know the district, I don't think, is prepared to respond in real time because you're working on your budget for next year and you're still combing through some of the budgetary changes as a result of Tallahassee. But we certainly look forward to putting our offer on the table, and we look forward to carrying on the collaborative process that took place in negotiations for the previous year, which, as I've been quoted in the past for saying that was kind of the smoothest and most agreeable and friendly negotiation in a long time, and we certainly look to have that extend into the current round of all three negotiations that I mentioned. So, like I said, no complaints unless healthcare costs go up, then there will certainly be complaints. But we appreciate your work and we appreciate your support, and I hope everyone's having a great summer. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. Okay, does anybody want to pull anything else from the consent agenda? So I pulled BCS1, Comprehensive Safety Inspection Report. So with that change, we need a motion to approve the consent agenda by Mr. Pardon me? Oh, gosh. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought those were all non-agenda speakers. I see that. Okay. Forget that. I did pull BCS1, but we do have some agenda topic speakers. So I'm going to call you two at a time. If you come up to the alternating podiums here so we can move as quickly as possible. Stacy Jaeger and Cheryl Majercik, please come to the podiums. Watch the clock. You have 3 minutes. Ma'am, go to the podium, please. There's one on the right over there. On my right. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name is Stacy Yeager, and my address is 9504 McAneny Court in Wellington, Florida. The following are examples of what some of my students had to say about my teaching this year. I love Mrs. Yeager's class. I learned a lot. She has been the only teacher that I've truly learned from. She sat down with us students and really made sure we understood the lesson. And she's not only a great math teacher, she is a great person who truly cares about her students. Another student said, Mrs. Yeager, you're the best math teacher ever. I learned so much in your class. My final evaluation for the year was highly effective in deliberate practice and effective in instructional practice. It was not my teaching that led to my non-reemployment this past year. Rather, it was the wrongdoing of an assistant principal. This is an AP who was moved from the English department to the math department. This change was made by the many teachers who were unhappy with their evaluations. At the beginning of the second semester, this AP recommended for me to take a 4-month CHAMPS course on classroom management that I completed. This AP came to do a formal observation of one of my classes before the CHAMPS course was even completed. The lesson went extremely well. My students actively engaged the entire time. I was in utter shock when I did my post-observation with this AP, and our opening line was, "It is not going to be good." I wish somebody else could have been there to witness what a great and dynamic lesson it was. This AP further said to me, this class was very well behaved. It was extremely upsetting that instead of stating that in a positive manner, she said that in a very negative way, as if to imply it was just an act upon my students to behave that well. This AP has a background in home ec, not in math. She told me that my review of exponents should have only taken 10 minutes. She should not be making remarks like that without even having a background in math. Then she stated that the rigor of my lesson was at a 5th and 6th grade level. That statement is incorrect. I just have a way of making math concepts easy to understand. The interim principal was only there for the last 9 weeks of the school year. He went by this AP rather than doing his own due diligence. This interim principal was only in my classroom for about 5 to 6 minutes on May 7th. This was the second to last day of school for seniors. This was a class of 35 students that consisted of predominantly all seniors. The interim principal told me that he didn't see evidence of chance being used in the 5 to 6 minutes that he was there. The chance course was just ended, and I wasn't given the opportunity to reflect upon the course and to incorporate what I learned into my classes. These courses are meant to help teachers. In this case, it appears as it was meant to fulfill an ill-willed agenda. When I met with this interim principal on June 5th,
Try and wrap it up, please.
he would not allow me to state my colleagues' negative feelings concerning the AP. He called it hearsay. However, he went by the hearsay of this AP to not reappoint me. Prior to Mr. Edgecombe leaving, he was discussing with me what classes I would be teaching next year. He also let me know the good feedback he received from parents about my teaching. If you are a good school board, don't you want to ensure that everything involving employees and students is fair and equitable?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm here tonight to talk about the separation of employees and advocate for a change in the way that teachers are not reappointed during the summer.
Your name, please.
My name is Cheryl Marsick. Thank you. When you vote not to reappoint teachers, you force Palm Beach County students to live in homes with incomes under the poverty level and now eligible for Medicaid and free lunches. Let's look at non-reappointment from a hypothetical high school student in Palm Beach County named John, whose dad was non-reappointed. John's dad was a 15-year veteran teacher in Georgia, recruited in 2017 to be a high school math teacher. He's a single parent raising 2 children completely on his own. John was going to be a freshman at his dad's school. It was a perfect fit. John's dad had highly effective observations and performance reviews initially. Unfortunately, John's dad spoke up during a faculty meeting about something that he thought could be improved. He dared question the status quo. He immediately felt a sense of dread that turns out to be a no-no in Palm Beach County. John's dad started getting unsatisfactory scores and popping evaluations 4 minutes before classes ended. There was nothing John's dad could do. Principals can put anything in evaluations with no recourse for teachers. That would be a kink in the system. The scores are included in his dad's value as a teacher. John's dad was not reappointed at the end of the year with no reason or warning from the principal. He was fired by the school district that had just recruited him. John watched his dad desperately try to get a teaching job for Palm Beach County School District, but he had the scarlet letters of non-reappointed and a former principal who didn't say anything positive about him. He got a job at a charter school, but the significant drop in pay wasn't enough to support the family. When John turned 16, he dropped out of high school so that he could get a full-time job and help support his family and put food on the table. We know what happens when you reappoint teachers, but what's the consequence of not reappointing teachers? What's the effect on the graduation rate, and what's the effect on the mental health of our students? There's a list of 129 teachers who aren't recommended for reappointment this summer. Do you know any of the names, and have you investigated why you will prove to fire them over the summer? Other districts have better systems in place for non-reappointing teachers. What can you do to be part of the solution and implement a better system? Because all of the teachers that you fire year after year by not reappointing them, they're not bad teachers. When you go home tonight and you look in the mirror, I want you to see the family of the people, the families of the people. See their grief, see their uncertainty, see what happens to their children. I'd like to leave my last few seconds in silence to give all of you time to reflect on your opportunity to be the best school board members and change something so that good teachers aren't fired this summer because each of you chooses not to reappoint the teachers. No one else, not because of a Florida statute, it's because you choose not to reappoint them.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Don Pearson, Ronald Tremmel. Mr. Tremmel isn't here. Madeline Goldberg, would you please come to the other podium? Mr. Pearson, go ahead.
My name is Donald Pearson. I'm here to speak to you tonight about a problem that's existed in this county for far too long. The problem affects the lives of students and their families. When any individual has autonomy over another's job, well-being, or finances, it opens the door for abuse. The problem. This school board will get a list of over 120 teachers that are recommended for non-renewal. The list is voted on by you, but not scrutinized by you. When a principal decides that a teacher should not be working at their school, they simply non-reappoint them. Every recommendation is deemed accurate and true. There are no questions, no checks and balances, no accountability. These teachers are told to go to the job fair and reapply. Some get jobs, and then the jobs are rescinded with no reason given. Some teachers even have to leave the county to get a job. Here's just 3 examples. On your list that you'll get, there's a teacher non-reappointed after he refused to change a student's grade to a B that the student didn't deserve. The teacher feels that the non-reappointment was retaliation for not obeying the administration. No one has questioned anyone. On this list is a teacher who has worked at a school for 6 years and has had highly effective evaluations, including this year. A new principal comes in, and the teacher is non-reappointed. It just so happens that the teacher she replaced left to become a police officer. For some reason, she quit being an officer and came back to her original position. This could only happen if the current teacher was non-reappointed. The non-renewed teacher went to the job fair and was hired on the spot. Before she got home, she was called and the offer was rescinded. No reason given. Last example, Miss Yeager, who just talked to you. She's a Cornell graduate. She has a master's in mathematics, and her children attend the school she was teaching at. Her position could not be filled and has not been filled as of last Thursday. So, another teacher at the very same school was told that she is not going to continue as the ESC crisis intervention teacher, and at this time we need crisis intervention teachers because she has to fill the vacant math position. She has math on her certificate. However, she hasn't taught math in over 6 years. Is it possible that as bad as the principals and the APs think these non-reappointed teachers are, that they themselves are that bad at their administrative jobs? Here's the solution. Discontinue the practice of letting principals and administrators hide their non-reappointments behind the statement, "We don't have to tell you." Close the abuse loophole. Make the principals and administrators accountable for their actions when dealing with teachers, just as teachers are accountable for their actions when dealing with students. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Goldberg?
Yes, good evening. My name is Madeline Goldberg. I'm a retired special education teacher, grades 6 through 9, in the Patchogue Medford School District in New York. I love teaching, and I have 3 daughters. They know that all of them went as high as they could in education. One was just appointed as Psychiatrist of the Year at the Veterans Center. My other daughter, Robin, is a local dermatologist, and Stacy is a math teacher. Stacy gets complete, glowing reports from all her students, the parents, even she's a single mother of 4 children. Her oldest daughter is graduating FSU pre-med. Her son just graduated Palm Beach Central. He's was on the principal's list and he's going into Elon University. And then she has two others in the district. She's an excellent mother and an excellent teacher. There is not one negative blemish on anything she does. She's very unusual in the respect that she uses real-life situations in her teaching. Like a lot of students would say, why math? Why do I have to know this? Well, it's Earth Day, it's this. And she, she always does multidisciplinary teaching. And the students really love her class. She's out there every single day greeting her students. There's a teacher in the district, very, very highly regarded, Amy Watt. She's been the gifted teacher in equestrian trails for a very long time. And she has a daughter, Maddie, who is just not doing well in math. With Stacy, she says Stacy's the best math teacher she ever had. I myself went with Stacy's son to Tallahassee to help in whatever capacity we could in the Margaret Stoneman Douglas campaign, whatever they were doing. And I really feel that people are talking about gun violence. I really feel teachers like Stacy are needed because the students love going to her class. They all love her. They love what she stands for. She's an excellent teacher. She could actually make the grades in Palm Beach Central rise. She knows calculus. She knows every single subject. Why this happened is just unforgivable. It really is, because the previous principal was already talking about what she's going to have for her subjects for next year. And as an educator, I just feel that Stacy is really needed. There's not one student that would ever say anything negative, and not one parent. She has glowing reports. Why? Why did this happen? I want to thank all of you for listening to me. Have a good night.
Thank you. At this time, we have to go to time certain non-agenda speakers. So we're going to suspend the agenda speakers and move to non-agenda speakers. I'll call you two at a time. Would you please come up to the podiums? You have 3 minutes. Carl Mohammed, would you please come to the one? Terry McIntyre, please come to the other podium. Mr. Shaw.
Carl Mohammed, not here to do a complaint, but as a reminder, because I want to talk about some things that I know that you know that what I'm talking about and how serious it is and how we are not addressing it. And I'm talking about the knowledge that is needed for African-American children. Now, Dr. Robinson gives her 2 books every month, but we understand that the history of African-Americans go back eons of time, and we are not really moving forward with the idea of really trying to bring in the curriculum that is necessary in order for us to relieve our children of this burden. Here lately, our mayor of the city of West Palm Beach proclaimed that our children are terrorists now. And all of that activity, I know is spawned from the miseducation deficit model that our children are receiving early on, because they always say if you're not ready for life by 3rd grade, then you're ready for a prison cell. And we all understand this kind of stuff, and as it goes on. And I just received an award from the school district for 25 years of donating my time, trying to assist you in this kind of effort. It's just my hopes that possibly next year, coming up, maybe we might be able to get some kind of way to determine whether or not this information is being transferred properly, because I don't see our principals engaged, I don't see our assistant principals, none of our teachers, and I know that that knowledge is not just going to be abracadabra. It's going to have to be transferred by somebody that have a sincere desire to see all children excel. And African-American children are still, I know you improved your graduation, but when you look at the reality of what is taking place with African-American children and the seriousness of the time, and I understand the degree of difficulty it is in order to do such a thing, because I don't know what all grade levels and all subject matters, the improvements that is needed, but I know that we have the people in place, supposedly, as we just assembled some more on this team. I'm hoping that you would take a sincere look at what is needed for African-American children and the African and African-American curriculum. And when we did the diaspora this year, but I want to remind you that the Florida law says African and African-American is very specific. And when you go into that statute, go to the H, and it'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about and how possibly we might be able to get others in the state of Florida and in the United States to start really taking a different attitude and approach to really changing their culture and their value as it relates to African-American children. This is not something that we're just talking about. And I wanted to say that we opened up the hospital, and Dr. Barbereri got an opportunity to see some of the necessary tools that goes into this operation. It's not just some simple books. The destruction of black civilization, we got a whole host of medicine inside of the hospital, and I wish all of you would come by and take a look at some of it and probably receive some of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gary Mitten and Lowell Levine.
Good evening. Over the last few months, me and Mr. Reeves have met with each and every one of the board members, plus the superintendent, plus Ms. Paul. The board members were quite open and cordial in all the meetings. Many of the problems we brought up you agreed with and you'd heard before. On the other hand, the other two meetings with the superintendent and Ms. Paul didn't go quite so well. They disagreed that they couldn't hire anybody. You just can't find millennials that want to work. Now, anybody in the workforce is, say, between 38 and 43, you're one of those people that don't want to work. So just keep that in mind. I disagree that you can't hire them. Ms. Andrews just had a graduation at West Tech of 70 people in the trades, and we have 60 openings. Did anyone from the district go to any of those people and say, hey, you want a job? I don't think they did. You also have North Tech. You also have South Tech. You also have other schools in the district, in the county, that teach maintenance, teach the trades. Have we approached any of those schools to see if we can get any help? Now, I understand you have a workshop in September. Now, from the current problems I heard out west in the high school, that Ms. Paul's going to send a crew out. I don't know how you're going to do that when there's over 200 schools, there's less than 200 employees. How are you going to send, or where are you going to get these people unless you're going to contract that out too? And when asked, why can't you fill the positions? The money that's coming in is all earmarked for special jobs. There's nothing I can do. You have currently 60 positions that's already budgeted. If you can't find a job, somebody wants it, hire a company to go find those people. Take the stress out of your life, because I know you're so wound up about not hiring maintenance personnel. You've been that way for 20 years. You might as well keep it going. But you got to change the rhetoric going on here. We have to find personnel, people that want to work. My dad said, can't, never could, son. So you got to have a positive attitude. If you don't look for somebody, guess what? You're not going to find them. You have to put some effort in what you're doing. And if you're not putting effort in, you need to be replaced. It's hard, and I'll be the second or third one tonight to complain, but that's just the way life is here in the district. You got to respect your employees, and you got to hire people to fill the positions to get your schools in a safe, orderly, well-maintained area. If the contracts are coming up like they are, you need to have building mechanics in all of your high schools, all your middle schools. That will alleviate most of your problems, and you need to set a salary level to fill those positions with qualified people. Simple fix. Thank you. Have a great evening. As always, it's a pleasure to see each and every one of you.
Thank you. Mr. Levine, after conferring with our general counsel, I want to read a statement to you before you begin. The board and numerous district officials have cautioned you many times about the danger of disclosing confidential student information. Unfortunately, time and time again, you continue to disregard our students' privacy rights by publicly sharing confidential medical records or including your personal opinion about a student's risk of suicide in your communications, and sharing this extremely sensitive personal information with other government agencies and many times with the media. This board will not sit by idly and condone your continued attempts to exploit some of our most vulnerable students for your personal glorification. We caution you once again to protect the confidentiality of our students' lives by not publicly sharing their medical information or their names. So if you'd like to begin, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Lowell Levine. I am the founder of the nationally known
Stop Bullying Now Foundation, considered by the state of Florida and the federal government as one of the top in the country based on the number of children's lives that we have saved. I'm here tonight because I have gotten a rash of phone calls from parents, mostly in District 5, about teachers that are abusing students sexually and as far as hurting them. 40 cases, they claim, has been brought up over the last couple of years. I don't know if these teachers are still here or they have been dismissed from the school district. We're checking it out. There have been some teachers that had felony charges against them, but it has been changed to misdemeanor to get them a job here in the school system. Checking it out. In the last month, the state of Florida have told me that 4 teachers have been brought up on disciplinary charges in the last 30 days in the Palm Beach County School District. These parents who are calling me are frustrated because nothing is being done. They've been complaining, and then they refer to me. Some of them refer to me from referrals of parents that I've helped. Others have been referred to me by politically elected officials. We have Verde Elementary School. We have a 6-year-old child that has special needs. She's not getting any satisfaction from the school. The parents are not getting any satisfaction at school, and another student says, "I'm going to kill you." With those words, still nothing is being done. I don't know what to tell you. All I can tell you is that child comes home from school or doesn't go to school crying. I have another student at Spanish River High School who's had a concussion, been bullied for a year, trying to get him transferred to Boca High School. But unfortunately, we're being told that the school is busy, overcrowded, can't put him in that school even though it's walking distance. My research has shown there are some students in that school system, in that school, that don't even live in the district, but the coaches of the sports team wants them there, and they are able to attend that school. This child is, unfortunately, in serious trouble. I can go on and on and on. But what I want to tell you today is I'm putting you all on alert. I have the connections with Washington, D.C. I got connections with Tallahassee. If there is a child that's being badly bullied, harassed, discriminated against by anybody, and I'm involved in it, and I'm writing you emails, and I'm writing you emails, and I'm writing you emails, and if that child is not being satisfied as far as taking care of him, transferring him, or doing whatever can be done, and that child commits suicide or is killed, I will make sure that each and every one of you are going to be brought up on criminal charges, just like I did in Tennessee, just like I did in North Dakota, just like I did in Texas. I don't play games. I am here to save the life of a child and reject the rejection of the lifetime destruction of the family. Thank you.
Mr. Dowling and Mr. Tooman. Mr. Tooman is not here. Yes.
Good evening, school board members. I'm sorry, should I start? Or?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. I have a handout. Good evening, school board members. I'm Mike Dowling. I'm a 27-year veteran classroom teacher. I have a concern, but first I want to thank the board and Dr. Fenoy. It wasn't very long ago that I was one of many teachers to come up and speak to you about the mandated PLC meetings. Well, this year has been great. In fact, during preschool this year, I wasn't forced to attend any mass meetings, so I was able to read my students' IEPs carefully and call every parent of an ESE student before the first day of school. In addition to the raise, I felt more respected by the district than ever before in my career. You respected our time. Thank you all. Compared with the past, my concern tonight is small but still important. I hope you're looking at a sample midterm progress report. These important documents give parents an early notification of how their child is doing in each of their classes. They can see academic progress in each class and patterns across all of the classes. I tell my students that the progress report is metaphorically written in pencil. There's plenty of time to correct any issues before the final report card is written in unerasable Sharpie pen. But these past 2 years, midterm progress reports have been missing conduct grades. This important early notification system is important for parents and students. We've been asking for this to be corrected for more than a year, but we've been told that the SIS department is busy with other projects. Now, there's no rush. If they dropped everything and made the correction tomorrow morning, nobody would see the results until next September. This doesn't have to be corrected immediately, but it should get done sometime soon. It shouldn't be too hard. Both Indian River and Leon counties use the same software from Focus in St. Petersburg. Indian River has midterm conduct grades, so it can't be a limitation in the software. I haven't been able to reach anyone from Tallahassee yet, but I'm working to see if Leon County provides for midterm progress reports. Board members, I urge you to make this a priority for our district. Not an immediate priority. I'm just asking that midterm conduct grades get on the eventual agenda. September is 3 months away. It's an easy and inexpensive way to give parents an early warning about both their child's grades and their conduct. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Tooman, and I'm a taxpayer to this board, as well as the Village of Wellington. My village council has discussed the possibility of spending between $10 and $20 million to build a swimming pool and ball fields on your Wellington Community High School with the interlocal agreement. My first thought was, Wellington already has numerous ball fields, and we have one of the few competitive swimming pools in the county. The public, during 3 meetings, spoke to keep the pool. Then I asked myself, are we paying twice for public education and amenities? Really, Wellington is paying 3 times, because Wellington is giving this board $500,000 a year for the past many years. Not to mention the added increase in sales tax and property tax. We are paying a lot in many different ways to this board, not to mention the numerous grants and foundations that I heard today. And why is the municipality improving school board's property with limited access and security issues? But later I thought, what about those municipalities who may not be able to milk their taxpayers for the money? As a past commissioner of North Lauderdale and Broward County, including a board member of the nation's first City-run charter high school, I understand funding and taxation. And this looks like free money. But if one of our 39 municipalities is unable to raise the funds for these amenities, I guess the students are out of luck. If some schools have and some schools have not, isn't that discrimination? Thank you.
Thank you. Is Terry McIntyre here? All right. And I understand Mr. Pearson left. So we'll go back to agenda speakers. Mr. Pearson, I didn't see you behind the podium there. That's okay.
Don Pearson, I was just going to speak to you on this about how decisions are made inside the school for positions on what you have on your certificate. But as I look now, I appreciate that you listen. It's something that I would like to take up a little later. But I would like to say, as was quoted, for the people under your care, your teachers, your students, the gentleman, his quote, care for the people under your command. That's what I'm trying to speak to everybody's sense of decency on what to do with some of these teachers that need to be vetted for being non-reappointed. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So we'll go back to the agenda speakers. The next one I think I have on the list is Robin Schechter and then Amy Watt. Would you please come up to the podium on each side?
Good evening, Dr. Fenoy, esteemed members of the board. My name is Dr. Robin Schechter. I'm a board-certified dermatologist. I've been living in Palm Beach County for over 20 years. My husband, Dr. James Schechter, is an ER physician at the Veterans Hospital. We have 2 children. One just graduated from Wellington High School in the Fine Arts Academy, and it was a beautiful graduation ceremony, and I really liked your speech, Dr. Fenoy. My son is in middle school at Emerald Cove Middle School. I'm speaking today on behalf of my sisters, Mrs. Stacy Yeager. I know from personal experience, my daughter was in the theater program at Wellington High School, and was not as strong in math. Stacy really helped her to succeed in math. She even did well. I believe she got a B in pre-calculus this year with her help. I'm very involved in the community, travel basketball, and a lot of my friends go to Mrs. Yeager, and she helps all my friends' students with math when they're having difficulty. I'd like to read a letter that was written to Mrs. Yeager from a parent. Dear Mrs. Yeager, you were Matthew's math teacher for the entire 10th grade. I can't believe you will be in 11th grade next semester. Because of you, Matthew has come to love math. You were one of his favorite teachers in the entire school, and he wishes he could have the pleasure of being in your class again for next semester. He told me how wonderful and kind you were, not just to him, but to his classmates as well. You made him feel comfortable and welcome. Your endless positivity made it a joy for him to come to class every day. Because of you, I know he can conquer any difficulty that comes his way. We both know you helped him push through those complex math problems. I believe you've contributed in making him a better and more thoughtful young man. A teacher is a compass that activates the magnets of curiosity, knowledge, and wisdom in students, and you are that teacher. As a parent, you're the ideal teacher that we need to help and encourage our children to fulfill their dreams. I hope that you will continue to teach our children at Palm Beach Central High School. You're a once-in-a-lifetime teacher that will stay with them forever. I wanted to mention also I'm a dermatology residency director. I work with students, interns, medical students, and residents, and I care about each one of them. I really feel that Mrs. Yeager is an excellent teacher who goes above and beyond for her students and really cares about the success of every one of her students. Please consider reappointing her to Palm Beach County High School, Palm Beach Central High School, because if she's not there next year, she will be missed by parents, teachers, and everyone I know in the community that's had her absolutely loves her. Thank you.
I'm sorry, were you Amy Watt or Robin Schechter?
Amy Watt, I know because, I'll just say this, she was my daughter's favorite teacher at Equestrian Trails Middle.
No, I just needed your name, I'm sorry.
Oh, Dr. Schechter. Amy Watt, Mrs. Amy Watt could not be here because of she wanted me to let you know a dental emergency tonight.
All right, thank you. Lauren Howard and Elizabeth Crowley. If Lauren Howard is, okay. Elizabeth Crowley, are you here? Okay, if you go to the other podium, thank you.
Ready? Good evening, Board Chair Barbieri, board members, and Superintendent Fenoy. My name is Lauren Howard, and I have been teaching third grade at the Benoist Farms Elementary School for the past 2 years. I have been a certified teacher first through sixth grade in the state of Florida for over 20 years. I began my teaching career at New River Middle School in Broward, teaching dropout prevention for a while. I took 14 years off to have 4 children who all attend Palm Beach County Public Schools in District 6. I returned to teaching 5 years ago in the charter system before accepting my position at Benoist Farms Elementary School. I was reappointed and given no reason for this action. Therefore, I am unable to form a rebuttal for my principal's decision. In 2 short years, I was the third grade team leader, the math cadre representative. I am a certified Google Trailblazer, served on multiple committees, and in my last observation, I was rated highly effective. I am perplexed and dumbfounded by the decision to release me from my position, and I hope to be reinstated without penalty or prejudice. I feel I have been treated unfairly, but I would like to discuss another group of people who are also being treated unfairly. The children who get up in the morning and come to school regularly and behave in class. These children are being cheated out of a quality education by kids who refuse to adhere to behavioral norms. I began this past school year with a room full of behavior issues, which included 7 behavior charts and a directive to fill out each one every 15 to 30 minutes. During this year, I have been cursed at, pencils and papers tossed at my feet, personal items stolen from me, disrespected, pushed by kids who were fighting in class, lies were told about me, and at one point I even had a chair thrown at me. This occurred when I took a computer away from a young man who was watching YouTube instead of doing iReady. I fear that I am being used as a scapegoat for the systematic failures at Benoist Farms Elementary. However, not one time did I give up on my kids. Not one time. Despite the challenges, I continued to do highly effective work at Benoist Farms Elementary School. This year, I was not supported by my administration or the students' parents. If you want the students to learn the standards and test proficiently, teachers must be teachers and not referees. Teachers cannot do this alone. I did not become a teacher for the wealth, fame, or accolades. I became a teacher because I have always cared deeply about children. I have done my very best each and every day to help educate my students and lead them down a path towards success. I feel like I've been treated unfairly, and I am begging you to reverse this wrong, remove this scarlet letter, and allow me to return to the classroom and continue teaching. Thank you very much for your time. I am a highly effective teacher and was let go by your school district. Unfortunately, I'm begging to come back.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, Board.
Could you pull that microphone down closer?
Oh, yeah, sure. Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Crowley. I have been a teacher for the district since 2011. I spent this past year at UB Kinsey Elementary. I care deeply about my students. I was formerly a social worker, so and I've been teaching kindergarten and first grade for the last 8 years. Having been a social worker in the past, the social-emotional wellness of my students is very important to me, and I try to really address that with the students at my school. I've devoted my entire career, both in social work and teaching, to serving underprivileged students. And I have, in the past 8 years, being a teacher, have always earned a highly effective or effective rating on my evaluations. Earlier this year, there was an incident in my classroom. I was given a reprimand, which had never happened to me ever. So I did take that up and filed a grievance. And since I did take it came here to the district, and they found in my favor. So I thought it was over with. And then until I found out that I was non-reappointed, I just was devastated. I'm a single parent. I, thought I was going to be a teacher for the rest of until I retire. So I just felt that it just came from nowhere. I've gone to a lot of interviews. The interviews go great, and then they call my principal. So I'm really hoping to be reinstated at some school, and I really thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Donnie Torriero and Nicole Baye.
Go.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for your time and consideration tonight. My name is Nicole Baye. I have been a teacher for 8 years in Palm Beach County, recently appointed at Crestwood Middle School for the last 2 years. I was highly effective for 5 years and effective for 3. I have always had a passion for teaching and loved sharing my innate abilities in writing and reading with students, and watching them get inspired and truly grow in their own abilities has been my driving force. My mother, Ann Matson, worked for this school district for 18 years and spoke so highly of the district, which led me to believe at that time that leaving the charter I was comfortable at for 5 years was the best move I could make professionally. I am saddened by my experience in the district, however, about never receiving a mentor or guidance about procedures, or even just someone to confide in for all 3 years. My students and parents have always loved me, and I have always been able to maintain a great rapport with them, which, if I'm being honest, has been what's kept me going. My experience at Crestwood was no different. While I felt very alone during my time there professionally, I maintained my morale for the students' sake. I became a teacher to inspire kids, and I really had a passion for that. I feel that the rug was a bit ripped from beneath me, considering I was not told about my non-reappointment status until the very last day of March 14th. If I had known, I would have certainly applied for voluntary transfer. Being labeled as a non-reappointed teacher is a scarlet letter. When I went to a job fair and a principal found out I was non-reappointed, she literally dismissed me by shooing her hand at my face. I feel that this is wrong, considering how passionate I am about this profession and how much time and energy I have put into developing myself and molding myself to be the very best educator that I can be for the students. It has been very discouraging spiritually, and the whole experience makes me feel like I don't belong. And I just can't help but feel that that's just not right. Thank you for your time, and again, your consideration.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Board. My name is Donnie Torriero, and I'm a social studies teacher at Polo Park Middle School. I've been substituting at the district since 2016 to 2018. I wanted to find the perfect school that fit me. I graduated from FAU in 2016. I graduated from Royal Palm Beach High School in 2001. I went to Crestwood Middle School, where she taught at. I've been a product of this community and this county for 33 years. I wanted to give back what I could when I went back to college. I was a former business owner, and I always wanted to get back into teaching. Once I graduated from FAU, like I said, I substituted for a year and a half to figure out where I wanted to go, where I fit in. I kept going back to Polo Park because of the teachers that were there, the infrastructure that was set in place, the principals, administration. They always had your back. It was always a welcome smile from the principal whenever she saw you in the morning. I finally was able to take a full-time teaching position over there, and the principal got cancer and had to leave. New principal and administration comes in. We learn everything. Fantastic so far. All my formals and informals were effective, highly effective. I ended up grading out with a effective and highly effective for the school year. I participated in every single event that the school did. Chaperoned field trips, parent-teacher softball games. I sat in on my students' basketball games when their parents couldn't be there. Children's track meets, softball games, soccer meets, whatever it was, I was always there to help my students whenever their parents couldn't be there. One-on-one basis with about a dozen to 2 dozen of my parents. Weekly phone calls, staying late, whatever was needed of my school. Because I was asked to, and because I know that's what we need to do as teachers. We have to stand and help. We don't do it for the pay. We do it because it's our passion. We love to do it. I was called into my principal's office on May 9th for non-reappointment out of the blue. I asked my mentor, who was an assistant principal, and the 2 other assistant principals, and they had no idea this was coming down the pipeline. I wasn't given a reason, and I still to this day don't know why. I'm a first-year teacher, and this left a sour taste in my mouth, but I want to do it still. I want to prove to the principal and to my fellow teachers that have been non-reappointed that we can still do this job. I can do this job. First year, second year, 10th year, 20th year, whatever it is, we can do this. I know I can do it. I would like for you guys to please reconsider my non-reappointment so I can prove that I am an effective teacher and a highly effective teacher like my grades and eye observations have proven. Thank you for your time, gentlemen, ladies.
Thank you. Mrs. McQuinn, I understand you've asked for a point of personal privilege. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to preface this with a statement, and then I have a question for Dr. Fennoy. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't recognize that teachers and principals are the backbone of educating our kids. When there is an issue ever of a principal reappointment or demotion, I know that regional superintendents are very involved with that process. That's the statement. Question, Dr. Fenoy, it was our understanding last year when we were in this same situation that particularly in the event of a teacher with an effective or highly effective evaluation, that regional superintendents are personally reviewing all of those non-reappointments. Question, is that the case?
Yeah, as I understand it, when I read the documents, I see the regional superintendents were part of that process, yes.
So follow up to that. As a principal, I have certainly non-reappointed teachers. I haven't always given a reason because I've been advised by legal, not this one, but by legal, that if that non-reappointment for no reason cannot get me in trouble, non-reappointment for a reason could potentially be challenged. And it's up to me as a principal to know if my kids are being educated and treated properly. But I was not allowed to do a non-reappointment without at the time was area, without a regional superintendent reviewing the situation. I'm going to be very comfortable when I know that process is followed. But I need to know that the regional and or instructional superintendent is not just part of the process, but they are aware of the situation.
I know there's other board members who want to speak on this. This item has been pulled, so if you can wait till we get the P1 and we can all discuss it at that point. Is that okay, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me figure out where I'm at. Approve the consent agenda. So, Mrs. Bass, would you please read the items that have already been pulled by the board members?
Yes, BCS 1, FMPF 5, P1, ST3, and TL3.
Are there any board members who would like to pull anything else? P1 has been called. So if you want to hit F5, you can refresh if you haven't already done that. So we need a motion to approve the consent agenda as modified. Motion by Mrs. Andrews, seconded by Ms. Brill. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. So we're under new business at this point. BCS 1, Mr. Superintendent.
BCS 1 Comprehensive Safety Inspection Report. I recommend the board approve the 2019 Comprehensive Safety Inspection Report.
Motion made by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Ms. Brill. I pulled this item, so is Mrs. Paul still here? Yes, I see her.
She's right.
So I just want to preface my comments with the statement that I know that Mrs. Paul has done an outstanding job of handling the building department and all those functions that come under her control with respect to problems in the schools that need repairs and all that. So I don't want anybody to suggest, I don't want to suggest anybody that this is on Mrs. Paul. And I read that article in the newspaper, and I know the number of citations in the schools have come down significantly over the last several years. So I just want to get that statement out. But I read this report, and I've got a couple issues which I've gone over with Mrs. Paul. First of all, there was a few schools that had serious life safety violations, but there was no way on that report where I could find to indicate which of, for example, if one school had 10 violations and there were 2 serious safety violations, there was no way to determine which of those were serious and which weren't. So I've asked Mrs. Paul to bring back to the board those pages, and I went through all 260 whatever pages, to bring back to the board only those schools that have serious violations and notate on those schools which one of those violations is serious. Because as an attorney, and I've already talked to our general counsel, when we approve this report, we are on notice of all of the safety violations that are there. And if there are serious life safety violations on that report that we're on notice of, and someone gets hurt because of that violation, we're going to get hung in court. There's no way we're going to win a lawsuit against us when we're on notice that there's problems, and especially those, I saw some that are and I don't know if those were serious or not because, again, I can't tell, but there's some schools that have 5, 6 citations for the same item. Every single report comes out, this citation again. So I just want to point out a couple of those. At Dreyfus High School, storage of the golf carts and batteries, I don't know if that's a serious life safety issue, but it's been cited 12 times. 12 citations for that. If it only that doesn't cost any money to move the golf carts and the batteries. If they're in a place where they cause a safety issue for the children, they need to be moved. Why should we wait for the 13th citation to get that done? It doesn't apparently cost anything for them to move it. Page 22, Belle Glade Elementary School. There have been 6 citations to indicate on all evacuation maps, both primary and secondary evacuation routes are not notated. What is involved in correcting this problem? If we have a substitute teacher in that school and the evacuation route that's blocked, that's on the map, and the secondary one is not there, the substitute teacher is not going to know how to get those kids out of that school. So that, to me, is a serious safety violation. I saw that on many, many of the schools. I don't know if you consider that serious. I do. I think that should be fixed. I don't know what it takes to fix the maps, but I would think that that doesn't cost a lot of money. It just takes some time. Somebody's got to put the time in to get it done. On page 67, Glade Central High School, lines 3 and 19, indicate 10 citations in 2 separate buildings to replace missing call buttons for emergency areas of rescue assistance. For God's sake, if we have a code red in that school and those things are not working, we got a serious issue. So the corrective action date on that one was June 30th, 2018. We're now almost to June 30th, 2019. It's 10 citations for the same thing. Fix it. So I've asked Mrs. Paul to bring back to us the serious citations with a deadline on what she anticipates will be the time that it will be corrected and how much money it's going to take to fix it, so that this board has a full understanding of what serious life safety issues are in our schools and when we're going to get those fixed. So I just wanted to point that out before we vote on this tonight, and I'm hoping that, and again, Riviera Beach Prep on page 163 of the report shows 10 serious life safety issues, so 10 life safety issues. So we need to make sure we understand that. Ms. Brill?
Thank you. So I guess I officially passed the baton to Mr. Barbieri this year because I have become a comprehensive safety inspection report nerd, and I will thank you for having this summary. I actually also went through the 228 pages. I decided tonight not to pull it because I was going to reach out to staff. We have made a huge reduction, though, in the number of citations, but I too had found that some of them just don't make sense to me. When it comes to moving things. I know that I've been told in the past that there's no place to put it. So I will look forward to staff coming back. I will not reach out to Ms. Paul about it, but I had planned, I went through just those that were coded MS, OS, and CS, which were the serious citations. And I did find it very helpful to have the summary report for the first time ever, so that I didn't have to sleep with the report to try and figure it all out. So I'll look forward to getting it back. And my only wish was I was going to say I'd love to see us eliminate all of these by next year, now that we have the money for the maintenance items from the referendum. I know it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work over the summer. But hopefully you can come back and give us a clean report. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. So my request would be that we get that information before the next meeting, the first reading on the budget, because 918 of these violations, 918 of 1322 are in maintenance, which I think is proven Gary Mitten's point. And so I think that we need to look at that through the eyes of the budget and hear what Mrs. Paul says we need in terms of allocation to repair this.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw?
I think it's important also that when this report comes out, that a lot of these things may have already been corrected. So I think part of the information we need to know is how many of them have been corrected so that we have a better picture of the accuracy of the information.
Do I want to go?
Very well.
Okay, so, Mr. Barbieri, our board chair, Mr. Shaw,
Vice Chair and Board and Superintendent Fenoy. We have made tremendous progress in terms of reducing the number of violations, but as you know, that a lot of the violations that occurred previously, the district did not have dollars to do that. And so now that we do, we are remarkably focused on getting rid of them. But we will always have violations. As long as we have building codes and things happening, we will always have violations. The question I think that we need to answer is our approach in terms of dealing with the serious violations. So they're broken up from the maintenance side, the capital side, which are construction related, and then also from the operational side, which goes to the school. And so I think collectively my team has worked very hard to try to eliminate the majority of them, and there are still some out there. In terms of the capital side, it is our intent to have them all done by December 2019. In terms of the operational side that goes to the campuses, we will work with our regional superintendents to work with the schools to help alleviate those type of violations. It could be as simple as an extension cord that has a lot of stuff plugged into it. And so when we come around, it's pulled away, and when we leave, it goes back. So it's a question of trying to change the culture also. So I'm confident that we will definitely reduce, especially the simple ones that we can deal with right away, but some a little bit more complex that requires a lot more work. So it is our intent to definitely reduce the number and eliminate them for that period of time, but there will always, as I said before, be others that arise. So
I would just add, I mean, now that I think it's also important for Ms. Paul's team, Ed Tierney, Keith Oswald, Glenda Sheffield, Dr. Sheffield. So when we know specific schools have items that actually must be taken care of at the school, we have to have a mechanism to make sure that the regional superintendents and instructional superintendents are following up with principals to make sure that they're happening. And so to Wanda's point, there are definitely things that require maintenance and construction, but maps at a school, that's a school issue. That's literally a function that I'm going to say that we need to make sure principals are aware. And so part of the communication strategy is to make sure Wanda's team, Ms. Paul's team may have that stuff, but it's important for the academic side to have that. So as we restructure some of our meetings, to make time to talk about operational issues in the schools so that we can make sure that those principals have the support they need to take care of those things moving forward.
Thank you. And Mrs. Paul, again, I stopped at 6 schools over the last week and a half. Some of them weren't in my district. And coincidentally, every one of those schools that I stopped at, your crews were there doing work. I mean, there's putting footers in for, I mean, it's just amazing how much stuff has gone on. So I appreciate everything you're doing. And this, I didn't mean for this to be a, complaint against you, because I know that you're doing phenomenal work this summer. So
we have very dedicated employees that have been here a long time, and they're working feverishly to get some of this work done. So it's really good. We're in a really good position to have money to afford to do them. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a vote on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. BRD
1, right?
BRD 1, I guess that's mine.
Is it you?
It's board.
Okay, that's right.
I recommend the board approve and confirm the board member travel as submitted and that it meets the requirements of Florida Statute 1001.39, effective July 1st, 2019. Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Mrs. Andrews. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. BRD 2, I recommend the board approve and confirm the board member travel as submitted and that it meets the requirements of Florida Statute 1001.39, effective July 1st, 2019. Motion by Mrs. Brill, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Discussion? Ms. Brill?
No, I was just going to ask procedurally to our council, when we do bring forward our own travel, are we allowed to vote on our own, or do we have to abstain from our own items?
Mrs. Rico?
I would suggest you probably go ahead and abstain. This is all new. So, yeah, abstain from these.
So, Mrs. Andrews, would you like to abstain from the prior vote?
Yeah.
Okay, so that the record should show that was 6-1 with Mrs. Andrews abstaining. And Dr. Robinson?
Didn't think about that.
Okay, so Mr. Shaw.
Just one question for Ms. Rico. I asked Tony today to prepare the travel things for FSBA for both the December and June meetings and put it together. If we all abstain, there's not enough members of the board who can vote on that.
Well,
So-
we'll have to look into this. This is another
Yeah,
new legislative statute, effective July 1.
Ms. Brill?
Well, just as a follow-up to Mr. Shaw's comment, though, each person would be voted on individually, so there wouldn't be a quorum issue if you're voting on them individually, because I don't think we can be a package deal.
Right, you're going to vote on each separate one,
Yes, the way we did tonight.
and, yeah.
All right. So on the BRD2, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-1 with Dr. Robinson abstaining. Yes, ma'am.
So I'm just going to abstain because General Counsel said this in public, but I think it's actually ridiculous because if, in fact, it meets the criteria outlined in statute, it's not for personal benefit, right? So, but go ahead and do your
I
research.
understand that, but if you could just bear with us on this new statute that is effective July 1st, and this travel just came up to our knowledge.
So are
that
you
we have to get
suggesting you
ready.
may change your opinion at the next meeting?
It could.
Okay.
Okay? It's an
Okay,
ever.
we understand. It's brand new
Thank
law,
you.
so it's a brand new law, so you've got to have time to interpret. ELR 1,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Chair, I recommend the board approve the revised calendar for the 2019-2020 as submitted.
We have a motion? Dr. Robinson, second by Mr. Shaw. Any discussion? Ms. Brill?
I didn't even get a chance to motion to you. You figured out I was going to say something. So we did vote on this before. I am going to vote in favor of it. I'm not thrilled with the calendar, as you know from the comments in the past regarding Veterans Day and the start date. But I will approve this because we need everybody to know when they're coming back and everybody's left and has their plans for this coming school year.
Thank you. Any further? Mrs. Andrews?
And I'm not happy because I would really like to see Veterans Day off, and so I want you all to work on trying to see how you can get that done. I really do believe that we can do better, and so I'm asking that we really continue to look. This is for this 1 year. I just didn't want anybody to lose money. As I met with Dr. Fenoy, he said all of the unions and everybody was really concerned about somebody losing their paycheck. So that's the first most important thing to me. So I will vote for this because I do want people to get paid.
Ms. McQuinn?
Yes, so for the public to understand, we're voting for this coming year only. And I think we've made it very clear, most of us, how we feel about Veterans Day. And surely, we cannot be ever beholden to, and I realize I asked, by the way, in terms of the pay issue, the pay gap, whether it was our board policy or whether it was state, and it is state. So I want to make that very clear to the public also, because it is really, it's ludicrous that we are held to something, again, because of it started preparing for testing, and now we can't get out of it.
Any other discussion? Dr. Robinson?
And so just as a follow-up to all this, my request is that Teaching and Learning give us a report on how we are going to ensure that students understand the freedom is not free, that the veterans have served us, and also a conscious effort to bring veterans into the classroom to share their stories as part of history. Because I'm telling you, I didn't pay attention to history in school. My veteran patients taught me history. And I think it would be outstanding if we have a very conscious effort to make sure, even if it's videos of the veterans telling their story, to support what they're learning in the classroom, because it brought history alive for me.
Absolutely. Ms. Whitfield, is that a waiver you want to speak?
No, I wanted to ask a question. It was on my understanding that the students still have the 11th off, but not the teachers. Okay, so I just want to make sure we're clear to everyone that's watching. The students will not be there, but the teachers will be there, unfortunately. But that I just want to make sure we're voting on the same thing. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. FMPF 5, Mr. Superintendent.
Yes, sir. FMPF 5, I recommend the board approve the purchase of software licenses, maintenance, and support and services for the period of July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, not to exceed $500,000.
Motion. Mrs. Whitfield, second by Mr. Shaw. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. P1.
P1, I recommend the board approve the personnel agenda as submitted.
Motion. Dr. Robinson, seconded by Mrs. Andrews. Mrs. Andrews, you pulled that?
Yes, I pulled it because most of the people were from my district, and I've been pretty much aware of some of these issues because I do get the calls. And we've been talking about this for years because it has been a problem, you know, with this process and how we handle our teachers. So one of the things I just know I need as a board member is that we just get the numbers. I don't know where these teachers are coming from, and I'm asking through the board chair to the superintendent and to Human Resources that we get the names and the schools of where this is happening. I just know I've been working with some of these issues, and I had to call the region superintendent to find out what was going on. And so I just know in one instance, that wasn't signed off because I initiated to go into that school and check on what was going on with the teacher. So the information that I received tonight, you know, from the superintendent, I knew that because I do keep up with my schools. I'm really worried that this may be a pattern in some of the schools. And if I only get the numbers, which we've always given the numbers, this is nothing new in Palm Beach County, we don't give the schools or the names of where the people are actually being released from. We have 837 separations of employment, so I don't know where they're from. I just know the ones that impact me. So I think we need to kind of do a better job and maybe put that in the board office so that when I'm up here every week, I can look and see who's actually non-renewing people in District 6 and anywhere else. And I'm visiting the schools, so I need to know that. And I think that holds true for the principals, because sometimes the principals are having difficulty, and we don't know that because maybe they're getting an annual contract instead of a 3-year contract. We don't get this information. We just get the numbers. It can certainly be requested from public information, but as a board member, I want to know what's going on in the schools, and this is an issue. So I just want to know if there's a form, since we ask that the region person actually signs off. Is it a form that the region office signs off before that person is let go or given the letter, or is it something that's after the fact? I don't know what that is, what that situation is. I know over the years I've worked with a lot of teachers who were let go, and they got picked up. But it was a lot of work on my part with helping them through that process. I call Human Resources a lot because they call me. I've spoken to the Classroom Teachers Association because this is an issue. It's a big issue here in Palm Beach County. We have a teacher shortage, but yet and still we're letting people go left and right. And I see many of our schools start up with substitutes at the very beginning of the year. So we need to get to the bottom of if it's real and they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, then they will be let go. But it needs to be monitored better. So I have a question as whether the region superintendent signs off before that person gets the letter. So they have actually sat down with the principal at the school before it actually happens, or is it after the fact? I just know one situation that I worked with just a few weeks ago that it was probably after the fact. So if there's a form, I like to know that. I think back in the day when I worked in Human Resources, we had a little a draft program of how, you know, when you counseled with the teacher, you know, you went through all these processes with them. And so at the end, when you finally called them in, you didn't have to give a reason, but it was documented on that little format that everybody was in the picture. Everybody knew what was going on. So at the end, if they were let go without saying anything, the person knew that. So I'm not quite sure if it's that clear out there. And when I see 837 people let go and we're out here recruiting and having vacancies, I need to have more information. So I'm asking the superintendent to let me know what that sheet looks like.
Yeah, we'll get it to you. I mean, I think let's be really clear, so that we did not let go 800 people. Okay. That is not true. It was a total of 114. Okay. So that's a 20% reduction in last year. Okay. That's less than 2% of all of our teachers. And the instructionals, the regionals, the HR specialists, and the deputies, it is reviewed by the entire team before the information is given to the teacher. So we have those records. And the important part is, and I'm sure that's why Ms. Rico wants to speak, this information is highly sensitive.
Thank you. Just as a point of information, if I may, to clarify the non-reappointment process that you are all discussing process-wise, the information that the board requested, I'm sure will be informative, but this is a non-reappointment. It is not a let-go. It's not a firing. It's not a for cause. There's a total distinction about that. And so I just wanted to make that clear in terms of those standards, because we do have a lot of litigation over that, and that clarity is important. Thank you.
Yeah.
Standards, then Mrs. Whitfield.
Yeah,
Go ahead and follow.
and I do know that, but if I have a teacher shortage, I really want to be informed.
Mrs. Whitfield.
Thank you. So I just had a question about the process as well. I feel like a lot of the people that came before us, the reason that they took the time to come here and to talk to us about this is because they feel that their principal unfairly targeted them, which to me seems different, right? So I'm curious about within the process, if the regional superintendents or if someone else has had a chance to see these people perform their duties besides the principal, just so that we can take care to make sure that no one is being unfairly targeted. Dr. Fenoy, do you know the process?
Yeah, that's not possible. And let me be really clear. So I've been in education since 1999. From the very beginning, my training was exactly what the people in this district are going through, and I was in 2 other districts. The reality of a regional superintendent or instructional superintendent going into any classroom in the entire portfolio of their schools is an impossibility. As a matter of fact, if you send the boss's boss into a classroom, now you have a retaliation. Because now, why would a regional superintendent go into a classroom and do an observation on a teacher that's been identified as having problems? It just now you're building a bigger case. The people at the ground level, like in these cases, needs to be the evaluators, the people who are charged with evaluating those teachers. Once you bring in my staff, it starts to look different. That's like me going into there's no difference between a regional or me going to a classroom teachers and doing an observation. That's just not. I have never heard that. I've never seen it, and I would never recommend something like that, because now you give the perception if you're calling in all the dogs to come get me. And that is not something that I just never allow anything like that to happen. No.
Ms. Brill, then Dr. Robinson, then Mr. Shaw, and Ms. Andrews. So we'll start with Ms. Brill.
Thank you. So something that's related to this, 2 teachers did reach out to me who were removed from the position they were in and placed into a different position in their schools that they did not want. But the concern they had, which I was going to bring up when we meet, is that they were told after the opportunity to do voluntary transfer. So they were told a day or 2 after, so they missed that. And then one of them reached out to one of the regional people to get permission to go to the job fair, because she was under the impression that she's not allowed to go to the job fair. So I think that when changes are made, if there's a way that the principals and the schools could be cognizant of when the voluntary transfer period ends, so that if it's something where they're being placed back in a classroom that they don't want, that they have the opportunity, while there is a chance for them to get placed elsewhere, that it happen, and that it not be a day or 2 later.
Yeah, we can review that.
Dr. Robinson.
Thank you. I'm really clear that everybody can't teach, and I'm really clear that everybody can't teach everybody, right? But my concern is no one, in my opinion, should be non-reappointed and not know it's coming. Like, it should, in my opinion, there should have been multiple coaching episodes and opportunities, right? And feedback. And that's the thing that troubles me. I have no clue about the individuals that spoke, but I want some assurance, if it's not there, that we need to put it there, that it's almost like the portfolio deal for third grade students before they're retained. We should have clear documentation that people were coached, that they were sent for whatever the training is, that whoever over here, the expert, showed them, and they still did not respond. Because we have to coach people up, right? So, thank you.
Mr. Shaw.
I looked at the sheet. I think the public needs to be aware, and everybody here, that there were, as one board member said, 837 separations. But if you look at that, 700 of them were for people who either relocated or jobs ended or were temporary. So it really, don't take this that it was, and this could have been custodians, cafeteria workers, maintenance employees. So it definitely does not mean that we terminated 800 people. It just means that we had 800 people who are no longer employed with us for a variety of reasons. And, you know, this is one of those things, and this may come across really negative. That's why state law says that school board members stay out of personnel, because we should not be in the middle of this issue. This is the job that we hire the superintendent and staff and principals to do this job. And when we interfere with it, we're jumping into a situation that we do not know the details. And I think it's just a caution that we need to have.
Mrs. Andrews?
I still think there needs to be a flow chart so that as a school board member, I know what that process is. I'm not trying to do the work of the people that get paid to do it. But if I'm the board member, I want to know that people were given every opportunity to get the support and assistance that they needed, and everybody went through that process, including the region superintendent. Right now, I don't know that. When I saw this number, this number needs to be broken down. I'm sure it's broken down over in Human Resources. We did it for years. But the bottom line, when you break it down for a board member, it's very clear. It could be very clear. I have problems when bus drivers tell me they're let go, you know, and they've departed. I don't know how many, we say we have maintenance problems. How many of those are in here? This needs to be broken down for me as a person getting the information so that I can have a better handle on what's going on when somebody picks up the phone to call me. I certainly would like to just stay with policy, but I get all kinds of calls as a board member from my constituents who may work for the school district, so I definitely want to be knowledgeable. Thank you.
Dr. Robinson? Oh, Mr. Shaw?
Yeah, just, and the backup documentation we have, there's 31 different reasons why people left. I don't know what kind of flow charts we need to have that are not kind of included in this.
Well, let me just finish it because I work in Human Resources. I'm talking about for the teachers where we have a critical shortage area. That's where I'm talking about a flow chart.
Okay.
Process for non-reappointment.
So a quick comment. I agree, Mr. Shaw, that the school board should not get into administrative matters, but yet we sit at this dais and we hear from teachers that are being non-renewed that are highly effective, and then we're asked to approve funding in the budget to go out and recruit new teachers every year, and we were told that this year, I believe we had 250 vacancies at the beginning of the year where we had to put substitutes in because we didn't have enough teachers. So, I mean, it's an issue that this board has to face, that we have a shortage of teachers every year. So I think it's reasonable. You know, I understand the legality, you know, that we face issues with, you know, lawsuits, but I don't understand, and maybe I can be enlightened at some other point, why don't who suggested it, but if a teacher's going to be I mean, we heard from a couple that I thought they sound like great teachers, but they had no clue. The one man that stood here, he had no clue, he said, why he went to all the things that he was supposed to go to, volunteered for everything, was there at night. He had no clue at the end of the year that he was being non-renewed. I mean, it seems to me that if we're going to go out and hire new teachers every year, then there should be some documentation along the way so people are warned, you're not doing a good job, we need to get somebody in there to coach you, you know, we've had some complaints, we need to fix those. I mean, to find out in the end of May that you don't have a job and you have no idea why when you've done everything you think you should have done and you're rated highly effective, I just think it's an issue that, you know, and I don't know how to fix it. I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Superintendent, I don't know how to fix that, but it just doesn't seem reasonable that teachers that are highly effective at the end of the year don't know that they're being non-renewed until the end of the year when they're told all of a sudden you're not coming back next year. I mean, they should have some warning during the year, so there should be something that goes on during the year. And I know Julianne's going to tell me that the statute is absolutely clear that you can non-renew without any reason whatsoever, but it doesn't make sense.
I'm saying something else.
Okay, go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
No, what in all seriousness, I really want to caution the board about talking about specifics. And kind of ping-ponging things that were said, today in public, because the situations are very specific. The details, are different for each person, and to kind of speak about it here without actual knowledge is, difficult and could raise some issues. What I'm suggesting is the process piece that was requested is perfectly appropriate. It's been asked for, but to discuss the specifics and details and how it may or may not have been fair, I just think is wandering into sensitive areas, and could like to caution the board to refrain.
I get it. I was the bad boy, and I mentioned one of the teachers, so I apologize for that. But I agree, that there's a process. But I know that regional superintendents are very busy. I just don't know how much time they take to actually review this stuff if they're handed a bunch. I mean, I'll personally go and ask the instructionals in my district how they handled those terminations, because I want to know that it is being followed properly. If they're being non-renewed and it's supposed to go through a process, I want to know that that process is being followed, and it's not just signing a bunch of forms that are put in front of you, that you're actually taking a look at why the non-renewal is happening. Mrs. McQuinn.
So going back to my initial request for point of privilege, I just want to know from our superintendent to Mr. Oswald, to regional superintendents, that the process that we have in place, we have venues for support. And then a principal determines at the end of the year, this is not going to work. I think we have lots of great procedures in place through policies and through bulletins. I just want the assurance that when it comes to us, it's been followed. And as to not letting a teacher know until the end of a term, frankly, if you have been an administrator in a school and you let a teacher know and they're still in front of kids, you got a nightmare going on. So there are pros and cons to all of that.
Mrs. Whitfield.
Can I just make one comment really quickly? One of the things that I remember from my days of working here is how difficult it was to get rid of terrible teachers. And so I want to be careful that we don't go and swing the other direction. I appreciate this process that we've gone through to get to a point where we can let go of a teacher. I think this annual contracts are a little bit more effective in that way. Obviously, I don't want to lose a good teacher by any means. That's awful. So as long as we can constantly strive to achieve that balance where we're not letting go someone just because there's a personality conflict, and we're definitely letting go of people who are not doing a good job teaching. That is truly true. Everybody can't do it. So I just want to say that I'm not against letting go of bad teachers, and I appreciate when that happens. So I don't want that to be lost in this conversation, because there was a point where that was something we just could not do.
Dr. Robinson.
All right. My issue is coaching. And so when I say that no teacher, or actually any other employee, should be non-reappointed without seeing it coming, is because they should have had numerous counseling sessions and coaching sessions. So they have been alerted that there is something that is viewed by administration as not being as good as desired. So it should not be a surprise. The other thing that I just want to add, and I don't think this should be part of public record, but I would ask that HR and regionals and everybody, if a teacher's being non-reappointed, that you look at their PYG from the previous year. It would fascinate me to see if we had teachers who were being non-reappointed that had PYGs that were high. That would be a deep dive that we would need to look into, right? I suspect that we know that there are people who are rated highly, who are not having highly effective or effective, who don't have the PYGs that would be required to get our children where we want them to be, right? So, but it just would be very interesting if the reverse situation was true. Somebody who's being non-reappointed and had a high PYG, they need to be grabbed and placed in another school quickly. Thank
Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, every meeting, we have people who stand in front of us and speakers. We have absolutely no idea how accurate the information that they give us. And I think that's why I'm a little defensive when it comes to these kinds of things, because we're only hearing one side of a story. And principals have had an entire year working through these along with a lot of support. So I think it's just something we've got to keep in mind, because we had one speaker that spoke to us tonight that had all kinds of crazy things that were said, and there's not a single one of us know if any of that was true. And I think that just puts a perspective on where we've got to go.
Okay, I think we're done with this one. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. P3, Mr. Superintendent.
Is it P3? I recommend the board the personal addendum as submitted.
Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Ms. Brill. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. P4.
I recommend the board approve the second personnel addendum as submitted.
Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Mrs. Andrews. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. PC2.
PC2. I recommend the board approve the guarantee maximum price to James B. Pirtle Construction Company, Inc., DBA Pirtle Construction Company for facilities renovations and repairs for Acreage Pines Elementary School, and authorize the superintendent and the board chair to finalize and sign all necessary documents.
Motion by Mrs. Andrews, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Any discussion? All in favor? Dr. Robinson?
So this is the item I'm abstaining on, right? But I don't see my document attached. Is it attached?
No.
To the minutes. Okay, thank you.
All in favor? Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries 6-1 with Dr. Robinson abstaining. SP1?
Yes, sir. SB1, I recommend the board approve the charter schools in the Palm Beach County School District have access to 4 safe school officer options pursuant to Florida Statute 1006.12, as amended by Senate Bill 7030, implementation of legislative recommendations of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School Public Safety Commission.
Motion by Mrs. Whitfield, second by Mr. Shaw. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries 7-0. ST3.
ST3, I recommend the board approve the renewal of the agreement with Parent Child Center, Inc., effective July 20th, 2019 through June 30th, 2020.
Motion by Ms. Brill, second by Mrs. Andrews. Any discussion? Dr. Robinson?
I just pulled this because I'm going to vote against it, and I'll explain why under some of the other mental health agenda items.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-1 with Dr. Robinson in opposition. ST4.
ST4, I recommend the board approve the mental health assistance allocation and district implementation plan as submitted.
Motion by Ms. Brill, second by Mr. Shaw. Discussion, Dr. Robinson?
So I will go ahead and start this discussion now. So, no, I'm just going to vote against it, and then I'll give more details in the next agenda item. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 6-1 with Dr. Robinson voting nay. ST5.
ST5, Mr. Chair, I recommend the board approve the behavioral health agreements as part of our mental health plan, effective July 1, 2019 through June 2022.
Motion by Ms. Brill, second by Mrs. Whitfield. Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. So I'm sure all of you are tired of me talking about MTSS and social, emotional, and mental health and all that stuff. I think that this is such an important issue, and I'm so concerned and afraid that we're going to get it wrong. We have resources coming at us. A lot of things are changing rapidly. We have a new director of mental health, I think, is that the right title? And it's just so much change. So that's why, and so part of this is, and I've been pushing for a couple years now to put processes in place where we actually know if these agencies help our children. So what I understand to be true is that we have had these agreements with these behavioral health agreements over the past several years, and there's been really no accountability. We can't really drill down, and we have started the work to put processes in place through a portal and other means to be clear about what services they're able to provide so that principals can help to choose the right agency to provide services for their students. But what's even more important to me after that is that we know actually that they helped. And so part of the process that is very, very slowly moving forward is to work with these agencies to put metrics in place to measure how well they help the students. So for example, if they're counseling a student for, let's say, anger management, then they might decide, the agencies might decide that one of the metrics would be a decreased number of out-of-classroom referrals, right? And if they don't see a decreased number, then we have to collectively reevaluate their practices. And so I'm just disturbed that I've been talking about this for so long, been having these conversations for a couple years about putting these accountability measures in place. This was long before Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. And now it's even, more important, I think, or everybody sees how important it is, I hope. And so these behavioral health agreements are for 3 years. They were signed off by the various agencies. If other board members want to talk following that, then I'm going to make a motion to amend this to have these agreements be for 1 year only, so that then we can put these processes in place and bring them back, as well as the other behavioral health cooperative agreement agencies, for 1 year, so we can put these accountability measures in place with their agreement, with working together, so that we know that they help children, right? Because honestly, what's been happening is they say things like, well, you referred 15 kids to us and we closed the file on 14. That does not tell me if you helped Johnny, right? And, okay, I'll be done for now.
So before we take up a motion by Dr. Robinson to change this, does anybody else want to discuss? Dr. Robinson, you want to make a motion to amend?
Yes, so I would like to amend this so that these 7 agency cooperative behavioral health agreements are for 1 year instead of 3.
Motion by Dr. Robinson, seconded by Mrs. Whitfield. Discussion, Mrs. Andrews.
Could Keith Oswald or somebody come up here to let us know that if we change
Use the microphone, Mrs. Andrews.
to tell us if this is going to be a problem for us when we make this major change?
Mr. Superintendent, I think you need to address this if you want, Mr. Oswald.
I was just fine. Mr. Oswald and Dr. Sheffield will speak to it at this time.
Yeah, we'll reach out to, if we do amend those for 1 year, we'll reach out to the agencies. We've had a good working relationship with them for many years. I do not see that they're going to have an issue to reduce it to 1 year. And we'll work together with them to put some accountability around how successful they are when working with the students.
And I would just add, I mean, now that I've heard it, I actually agree with this amendment. It'll allow us to create the accountability metrics moving forward. I would ask, though, after that year and we get the accountability metrics in place, then we look at a 3-year contract after we get all the pieces that satisfy our desires for accountability.
Absolutely.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor on the amended motion? Motion carries 7-0. Back to the main motion. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Last item, Mr. Superintendent, TL3.
Mr. Chair, I recommend the board approve the in-district license agreement with Wilson Language Training Corporation effective July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2020, and authorize the superintendent and the board chair finalize all necessary documents.
Motion by Mrs. Andrews, seconded by Ms. Whitfield. Discussion? Dr. Robinson?
Thank you. So let me just say, I think that we have too many reading programs. I think that that we really need to look at what programs are effective in terms of phonics, phonemic awareness, and decoding. I think that that is a major, major issue. It's foundational, right? And so, like, I'm fully supporting this. I'm troubled that schools that choose to use the Wilson Foundations program have to purchase their own, right? And so I would like us to, as we move forward with the next, what's the adoption, textbook adoption and so forth, that we look at how the various programs that schools have been using have been successful in those areas, phonics, phonemic awareness, decoding, and determine which one is best for our district. I think that we need to centralize this a little bit more. I really do. It's foundational, and I've met, many times with some of the dyslexia advocates. They have convinced me, right? And in all the reading I've done, it has convinced me that this is just critically important for all children, and I want it to be part of core instruction, right? Not just the pull-out. What is it? What's the word? Interventions, right? I want it to be part of core instruction, because I think that if we are supporting our teachers so that they have the skills to effectively teach in these areas, that we will have less children who have to go through the little RTI process and walk down the path to some label and then getting pulled out and having interventions and so forth. It's core. We got to look at our K2 reading. And so this just triggered that for me. I'm fully supportive of this. In my opinion, we should do foundations, but I'm not the expert, but I do believe that we need to do one program district-wide and do it well and support it with professional development and materials.
Mrs. Whitfield.
Thank you. So I'm finally to that place where everything's starting to come back around again, because I remember having this conversation before. So one of the things that my understanding with Wilson was that it didn't work for every child. So when you come back, if you decide to come back with this, can you let us know, like, what is the best option as well, so that we can understand the difference between what's the best and maybe what works for each student? Thank you.
Ms. Brill, I knew it. You'd want to speak on this.
Well, I was just going to make a simple statement. One size never fits all. So we are, I'd like to see the information come back, but we do need to have other options, because just the way one child learns with one program, it's not going to be the same with another. That's why we have individualized education plans.
Mrs. Andrews.
And so this will be part of that workshop that's coming. We'll be talking about these kinds of things as we do our literacy workshop for reading. This will be something here. Okay.
Dr. Robinson.
Great. When is the literacy workshop?
It's not been calendared.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, we've been in discussions. We're actually going to have some conversations starting tomorrow now that we have the support team in place. It's interesting that what you said, Dr. Robinson, because I actually was talking to the team. Now that I've got through year one, we got through graduations, I've recovered from graduations, I started asking these questions, and Ed and I started talking about it. And so I hear what Ms. Brill is saying, but we as a district have to have a core. So when you think about, balanced literacy, the type of level readers our kids have, guided reading, these are things that in every district that I've been trained in these things. And I don't know, and the reason why you need to get some consistency is because you have to be able to support people. You have to remember, we just went through this whole debate about professional development, how teachers teach. Well, if we can't have 187 different ways of doing this, because then we can't support it. We literally can't disperse a team to help teachers get better. And when teachers transfer from one school to another, they then have to learn a whole new way of doing things. And when kids transfer from school to school, it just confuses them, because what I was learning here no longer exists. And so we've got to figure out how we can centralize some things. Now, autonomy is always going to be part of our DNA, but some just core basic teaching principles around literacy have to be instilled. And the whole team is excited, and I'm excited to talk to the literacy team tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to begin this journey.
Ms. Brill.
Thank you. And just for clarification, I'm not talking about having 187 different programs, but I do believe that we do need more than one. You need a core program, and of course then you need alternate programs. So it's not that we need to have as many programs as we have. I'm not saying that, but we do need to be cognizant that every student learns differently.
Dr. Robinson.
I hope we know that. And I hope the principals know that, and I hope the teachers know that. But we need to have a good foundation or core, right? And I'm just saying it has to, like all the time people say to me, you guys don't have phonics? And I keep backing up and trying to say, well, yeah, we do. May I ask what the answer to that question on the test is? Tell us where we are with phonics instruction, and then I'll be quiet for tonight.
I don't know. Phonics instruction is part of core. We have Words Your Way that has been purchased in the last adoption. So Foundations is used in some of our schools have switched to use that as the core, and other schools Foundations is used as an intervention.
Okay, so one more thing.
Sure.
So it's my understanding, just for clarification, that there's an educator who actually was promoted today, that when she was an elementary school principal, used Foundations and core throughout her school and did a fantastic job and had all these wonderful gains, right? And so that's just an example. What I know from having 3 sons and a grandson, the girls, I don't know, they just come to it easier, it seems. But that they need clear instruction in phonics, phonemic awareness, and decoding. And that may be a significant part of our gap.
I want to be clear, that's phonics instruction, phonemic awareness, that's all part of our core instruction. So it's which program's being used at which school is what I think what the debate is here.
So my request is, so we have different schools using different programs for their core. Let's look at their data, right? And let's disaggregate that data and see. We're going to have to assume that they're doing it with fidelity, right? Yeah, I know. But we have to assume that, right? Unless somebody tells us otherwise, and then you could put an asterisk, unless you know otherwise, right? But my point is, what's working for us and our kids, right? And then maybe share that data with all the principals, right? I'm just telling you, I've become a believer in Wilson, but I'm not trying to impose my belief system. I just think that we need to be more universal for the purpose of professional development and material support.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to look at all that, and we're going to get it ready for the workshop, and we got it.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. So, Mr. Superintendent, you said that now that you're recovered from the graduation, so I just want to tell the board members. So I stood behind him on most of those graduations, and after like the 300 or the 400 hand we shook, he'd start fidgeting, and I'd say, "Would you stop fidgeting? You're making my shoulder hurt." So it was fun standing behind the superintendent at all those graduations, because it was a real treat to hear his remarks about how he was hurting, and I was hurting right behind him. But anyway, the meeting is adjourned, so all of you go home.